Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech.
Did you know? Businesses using advanced process management tools can boost operational efficiency by up to 30% while reducing process errors by 25% each year. Today, we'll explore SAP Signavio Process Manager, a cutting-edge solution designed to model, analyze, and optimize business processes for better outcomes. Research shows that 68% of companies experience faster workflows and better decision-making after implementing SAP Signavio. It's trusted by global organizations to improve transparency and collaboration. Efficient processes are the backbone of any successful organization. SAP Signavio enables you to identify inefficiencies, streamline workflows, and align operations with business goals. This translates to reduced costs, saved time, and enhanced customer satisfaction, key drivers for business growth. In this course, you'll learn about the essential features of SAP Signavio Process Manager, its practical applications across industries, and how to implement it effectively. We'll also share tips and strategies to make the most of this tool. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. BPM and BPMN. 2. SAP Signavio Process Manager. 3. Gateways types. 4. Knowledge check. 5. Process simulation. 6. Exercise simulation. Let's dive in.
Workshop on Signavio Process Manager, and I'll be guiding you through the ins and outs of this powerful tool, business process management powerful tool called SAP Signavio. And we'll be specifically learning about their process modeling and a management tool called the SAP Signavio Process Manager. We will deep down into the features and functionalities of SAP Signavio. Okay, agenda would be introduction about the BPMN 2.0, SAP Signavio Process Manager, Collaboration Hub, Process Architecture, and the modeling structures. So in this session, specifically, we are going to the scratch. We'll first understand about the process, the business process management, and then BPMN, and then about the process architecture as well. And we wanted to have this as an interactive session where you can ask the questions, and if you have any confusion related to any topic which we are going to showcase in this video, you can right away ask your questions. And we'll also explore few practical scenarios and case studies, as well as we'll be having some exercises, and we'll also ask you to sign up for the SAP Signavio trial version, where we can at least do few of the exercises. And the objective of the workshop would be by the end of the session, you will be having a bit of understanding about the business process management and how Signavio help you to drive project into the business process management. Also, we'll be moving from Signavio to Collaboration Hub. We'll be able to see how we can collaborate with the other resources on a process, how we can get the feedback, and how we can drive the business process transformation as well. So my first question is from everyone who are the participants of the call. What is the process? What do you really understand about the process? If you wanted to define in a 1 or 2 lines, can you please define? Anyone?
It's a series of events to complete a task from the start to end.
Yeah. Anyone? Any other person? Okay. All right. So let's see what the process is. Process is nothing but a sequence of activities, but they should be executed by people or machine in a specific order to achieve certain goals. Whether if we are going to create a product, then activities to create a product should be done in a sequential order, or if we are delivering in a service and performing few activities which we are doing to deliver that service, and if they are in a specific sequence to deliver service A or in another sequence to deliver service B. So For this chain of activities, we call it as a process. So if we talk about the process, there's a evolution had happened in process documentation in last 50 years, and we have divided these into three different generations. Level one or first generation was when we used to design the process for the business with the objective of just process visualization so that we can have the end-to-end understanding of the organizational processes. And in our first generation, we were used to use very conventional tools like Microsoft Visio, PowerPoint, as well as on the paper. So there were some challenges of the first generation. Basically, when we are designing on paper or in a Microsoft Visio, we cannot collaborate with the people in a real time. So also, if there is any change in the process and we have to get the feedback, it took a lot of time because those times we were not having the complete holistic view of all the processes because they were not linked to each other. They were on the paper or in the form of Word document or Microsoft Visio PowerPoint. So the pros was it was easy to use and everyone can easily access it. And facilitation was very basic, where we generally gather the stakeholders to design or document these processes. But there were certain limitations as well in handling the complex processes. Suppose we have a process with more than 100 plus activities, and it would be very difficult to document that information on a single piece of paper in a Word document or Microsoft Visio diagrams or in PowerPoints. So to overcome these issues, we in last 25 years, there was a lot of changes that happened when business and IT got together. They started using the system-based tools specifically made for the business process management, like Adonis, RS, Casefiles. When we got second generation tools, or we went into the second generation of the process transformation, then we were having these BPM tools where getting the relationship between the task and IT system was easier. But unfortunately, we were not having the matured process architectures during that period. So still, when 20 years back, there was a lot of challenges when we had to integrate business processes with the IT infrastructure, and we have to focus on how processes interact with the systems and applications. To overcome these issues, there was some development had happened in last recent 12 years. And now we have a cloud-based tool or third generation tools by which we can have a visibility of an entire organization at a one single place. We can do the collaborative process management, and we can go with the one tool where we can build the overall central point of truth or central source of truth, where we can have a one single place of IT information, IT applications and system information linked with the processes. And by this information, we can easily identify what are the challenges, what are the issues, what are the bottlenecks we are having in our system. Also, in our third generation, the concept of process architecture was introduced. Process architecture is nothing but a way to build the processes in multiple levels so they can align with the organizational objectives, visions, and the goals. Any questions so far? Okay. So in our third generation tools, we specifically involve multiple stakeholders and do the process modeling in a very easiest way, as well as in the real time. Okay, so when it comes to Signavio is the tool where we can do the process modeling, process management in a collaborative manner. But to move with Signavio, first we have to understand the concept of business process management and business process management modeling and notation. BPM and BPMN, these are the two words which are generally used in the process world. But the meaning of these two words are very, very different. The BPM stands for a business process management, nothing but a practice which we generally have in the organization to design, model, analyze, and optimize the processes. Okay, basically, it as a holistic approach, BPM looks at processes from an end-to-end perspective, ensuring they are efficient, effective, as well as adaptable. Which you can see on the right-hand side, we have a cycle. This is called as BPM life cycle, which starts from the designing or redesigning of the processes. For the first time, once our processes are identified, we generally go for the designing of the processes or modeling of the processes. Designing, it includes design thinking. When once the processes are designed, then we model them in the form of BPM, UML, or any other modeling language. Once the process got modeled, generally we execute them. Execute with the help of the workflow management system, or in the real world, or with the help of the applications, other applications. Or there might be high chances multiple applications are involved in executing one process. Once the processes are executed, then we generally monitor them with the help of the BPM or the process monitoring tools. Once the processes are monitored, generally we got the information about their KPIs, matrices, process performance, and then we focus on the process optimization. Then this cycle will gonna repeat again. Design will gonna change into redesign. When we go for the optimization, we find out the opportunities, and then we go for the process redesigning or defining the to-be state, and then again repeating the same cycle. This is called as a BPM cycle. As you are the part of automation and you have done automation projects, you may have used the improvement cycle, which is similar to this cycle, BPM cycle.
Right.
Okay. So this cycle helps you to drive the continuous improvement. It is this is not a one-time exercise, but an ongoing practice. Aim is to enhance process and meet evolving business needs. Now we are in the cutting edge technology. Every day, when we design a process, a new opportunity you found to improve your process. 5 years ago, we were just using Microsoft Excel, Words, and after 2 years, we got a very comprehensive tool, initial AI-based tools, and now we have a chat GPT-based like tools where we can just put a topic, it can give you complete information. You don't have to do a lot of Google search. So you can see how we have evolved in the last 5 years. Similar to this, our business process management practice has also evolved. And to support this business process management practice, we have the BPM tools like SAP Signavio, RS, Adonis, CaseWise, and 50 more you will find in the market. So the next question comes into the picture, why BPM? So anyone, can you please answer why BPM and why it is necessary or important, and why companies wanted to have a BPM practice within the organization. This is an open forum. Everyone, if you have any thoughts in your mind, you can directly speak.
It is mainly to improvise their KPIs, I mean the process, and to mitigate any leakages or opportunities. Like in the current recently, when we say the automation part, the people wants to see wherever there is a straightforward automation, doesn't require more decisions or anything. They were trying to do automations, and wherever there is a dependency, human dependency, so they are minimizing it on this one.
Okay.
I believe it is for the governance perspective, it is very important. BP.
Governance is also one part. Yes, it is very important. Yes, both of the answers are correct. So, in this cutting edge technology, our business goals are changing very rapidly. If my goal is to deliver one service in 10 minutes, then my goal will be to deliver the same service in 8 minutes. And the day after, it will gonna again reduce to 5 minutes. Let's say an example. Have you ever used Zomato, Swiggy? What was the delivery time 5 years back?
Somewhere around 45 to 1 hour,
And what is the time now?
less than half an hour,
Even sometimes it's even less than
10
that.
minutes.
Now,
Yeah.
if you order grocery, you will get the grocery in 10 minutes. So this
Yes.
is one of the best example of process transformation which had happened in last 5 years. So our business goals are continuously changing. So ensure that all process contribute to the organization's strategic objectives or business goals. Next is to improve the efficiency. So if you see a process is 100% efficient and we don't see any bottleneck in the process, it doesn't mean the process is 100% efficient. There is always a chance to improve the process. You guys have always have seen the Formula One racing. The changeover time of tires in Formula One racing in 1990s were around 3 minutes. But now it's just less than 2 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. So this is one of the example how our process is changing. In 1990s, 3 minutes was very improved changeover time to change the tires and filling the fuel. But now it's just 2 seconds in the Formula One racing. So identifying and eliminating the bottlenecks and redundancies is one of the main focus of the business process management. Also to enhance the agility, which allows organization to respond swiftly to the market changes as well as the customer demands. Now, when it comes to the process, one of the most important things is the governance as well as the compliance. So business process management as a practice will help you to maintain compliance by standardizing processes and documentation. Also, the governance. So these are the 5 stages of the BPM life cycle. But there is a first is ground zero or zero stage identification. If you Google it about the BPM life cycle, you will just gonna find out the circle with 5 activities or 5 stages or 5 phases. But the identification part is one of the most important part when it comes setting up the practice or designing the processes from scratch. Process identification. Process identification is one of the most important steps in a business process management or the unwritten step. This is the phase where you generally define the process architecture. What are the different processes you have to design? what are the best methodologies or the frameworks you are going to choose. There are a lot of frameworks available in the market, like APQC, American Product Quality Planning, Quality Control and Quality Planning, APQC, ETOM for the telecom, ITIL for the IT, SCORE, Balance Scorecard. There are a lot of frameworks are available. You have to choose the right framework for your kind of for your organization. If you are into retail, wholesale, automobile, you have to choose the right framework. Then you have to identify the process need. What are the different processes you have to define? Because when you go to the manufacturing, you'll go and just see there's a procurement, sales, procurement, manufacturing, and then dispatch. But these are just 5 end-to-end processes, but organization have more than 300 plus and 300 plus processes under 8 different value chains. We'll discuss about what are those value chains or the end-to-end processes for the organization. Okay, so we have discussed BPM, now it's BPMN. BPMN is nothing but a short form for business process modeling and notation. This is a language which we are going to learn in session. Also, there's an ISO certified language certified in 2014 to design the business process models. So currently, this BPMN 2.0 is the latest version, which was released in 2014 and maintained by the Object Management Group, a company, US-based company who is continuously working on BPMN 2.0 to define the new possibilities or new artifacts which we may be able to see in 2025 release. So the purpose of BPMN is very, very clear. A common language across the globe by which we can define the processes. And so that everyone who are going to see your process having a very clarity what is going to written in this process design document, what are the activities, what are the business processes, what is the meaning of the straight lines or the dotted lines or the events or the objects. So we're gonna learn about those things in the next slides. We have already covered the process life cycle: design, model, execute, monitor, and optimize. Okay, when it comes to the Signavio Process Manager, so Signavio Process Manager is just a module in the SAP Signavio Process Transformation Suite. So let me open one of the slides. Back to the website of SAP Signavio. As you can see on the screen, SAP Signavio having multiple modules. SAP, in total, it is called as SAP Signavio Process Transformation Suite. Process Manager is the first one where we can model and design the processes. Then when it comes to process mining, for that we have process intelligence and insights. If we have to define the journey models, we have Signavio Journey Modeler. Collaboration Hub to collaborate with the people or within the organization. Signavio Process Transformation Manager, the latest launched module in July 2024. Signavio Process Governance, a specific module to govern the process, whatever we are going to design in the Process Manager or mine in the Process Intelligence. Then Signavio also launched Process AI, by which you can just ask questions and they will give you the best practices, the information about the process performance, if you have all the modules integrated with each other. Then we'll also discuss about the Signavio Value Accelerator in call when we are exploring the Collaboration Hub. Then when it comes to the Signavio Process Exploration, this Signavio Process Explorer will help you. I'm just going to copy paste this particular link in the chat box. And you can directly access the Signavio Process Explorer from here. I will show you how you can explore the Signavio Process Explorer at later stage. So coming back to the slides, Signavio Process Manager, what it can do, it will enable organizations to capture, design, and improve their daily business processes to create transparency and reach operational excellence. What we can do, we can design the BPMN 2.0. That means the business process models in this language. DMN 1.2 is a decision modeling and notation language, by which you can define the rule-based workflows. CMM, EPC for the event process chain, value chains, customer journey maps, navigation, Archimedes for the enterprise architecture diagrams. You can also define the organizational charts or UML diagrams. These are the different ways to define your processes, organization charts, and the other way of designing. Apart from that, you can also import the RS-based process models, Signavio archives, if you have to move your process from one workspace to another workspace. Also, BPMN 2.0 XML. There are a number of tools available in the market for the business process management. And every tool has their own different extension. But to standardize the process movement between the multiple tools, XML is the language which we are generally used in the process world. When you are going to design the process, every information, whether it's a process, task, data object, IT system, it generally transforms into the XML code. There are two different ways. Either you can generate a diagram in the form of the Word document, Signavio archive, or image, but those formats will not be read by the other business process management or the workflow execution management systems. They can only read XMLs. If you've designed a process, you can just convert them into the XML by using the single click, and then you can utilize the same process in any of the workflow management or BPM tool, even in the automation tools as well. Because nowadays, automation tools also support XML 2.0. So some other extension like XPDL and ESTA is also available. You can import these kind of extension into your Signavio Process Manager. Also, you can export the process into SGX, Signavio Archive, BPMN 2.0, PNG in the form of the pixel graphics, vector graphics, or a PDF, as well as their documentation available. We'll discuss about those. So the major components are decisions, processes, personas and journeys, goals and requirements, and roles and organizations. All of these can be documented with the help of the Signavio Process Manager modeling engine. There are two ways, graphical modeler and a quick modeler. If you are familiar with the graphical designing or the process modeling language, graphical editor is the best one. If you are not familiar with the graphical designing, then we have Excel-based modeling called quick modeling, where you just have to put the information in the form of the activities, roles, IT systems, event results, and the process model will automatically gonna be populated in the Signavio Process Manager. This is all about the modeling. When it comes to management, one of the most important part is the dictionary, which we call as the central point of truth, central source of truth. Every object you can reuse in other sub-processes, other process models, even the different kind of process modeling language artifacts. Whatever you are going to define in the form of dictionary, you can link the same dictionary or a same definition to the BPMN 2.0 diagram, your org chart, value chains, EPC diagrams, or navigation maps. There is automatic version control available within Signavio. Every time when you design the process, initial version will record the as a 1. And if you will gonna make any changes and start saving the process, on every save, there will be a new version of the same process will get created, and also the version history of the process will automatically get updated. So you will be having an option if you, after making 10 changes, you wanted to revert back to the first change or a second change, or even you wanted to save second change as a different process, the system will allow you to do that. This is a very wonderful feature of Signavio is the process simulation. We'll learn process simulation in a very, very detailed in session, because this is the part which will help you to do the what if analysis and the scenario based analysis for your defined processes, even if you want it to improve or you are going to implement it for the first time or in the redesigning phase. So you have designed the process. Signavio is maintaining your version history. You have defined the dictionaries. You have built the overall center point of truth within the Signavio. But you need a documentation as well. So there's a reporting function which will help you to do the documentation in a different ways. Whether you want it to do in the form of Word document or the Excel or the PDF, or you just wanted to do the cost benefit analysis, or you need to populate a RACI metrics, or you have to define your own template, you can do with the help of the reporting function. Handbook creation. The reporting function itself will help you to create the handbooks. Also, the last part is import export. There are different ways of importing and exporting, as shown on the screen. Okay. So as you can see on the screen, there are a few features of Collaboration Hub, which you have to understand when you're going to sign up for the first time. On the left-hand side, you'll be able to see the pane where you'll be having home, search, newsfeed. This is a place where you can navigate to the different features of the Process Collaboration Hub. And in the middle, this is your area in which you can collaborate. You can see recently visited, starred items, process performances, all the value chain diagrams. I will showcase this to you in a very detail. Stay with me. So, how Process Manager and Signavio Collaboration Hub collaborates. Signavio Process Manager is the place where you can model and administrate your process models, organization charts. You can define the process structure and manage your diagrams. Once your processes are designed, you can publish them so that they can be available within the organization to view. There are several features like process simulation, quick modeling, dictionaries, etc. you can use in the Process Explorer. But the other editor part is where you can design your processes. Once your processes are designed and available, you can publish them in the Signavio Collaboration Hub. If you have the editor access rights, you can access Collaboration Hub and the Process Manager both. But everyone in the organization don't need the access to the Signavio Process Manager. So we have a place called Process Collaboration Hub. Once we publish the process generally gets visible in the Collaboration Hub for a common audience within the organization based upon the defined access rights. They can download documentation by themselves. They can download the process. Even they can just come and see their process performances. Even they wanted to get some recommendation, they can use the Process AI in this particular module. Okay, so process architecture. is one of the most important part when it comes to defining out the processes. And why it is important, we are going to discuss in this part of. So first, we have to understand what is a process architecture. So process architecture is nothing but a structural design for an organization where we can define the process in two different ways aligned with the common organization goals. So think of it as a blueprint how an organization functions. So building the sequence and interactions of the process which help to achieve the organizational business objectives. So you have some goals. You have defined your value chains. Under those value chains, you're going to define the process areas. There might be the end-to-end processes like lead to cash, source to pay are linked to those process areas like supply, planning, or customer-based processes called as process areas. Lead to cash, source to pay falls under the end-to-end processes, and the BPM and diagrams are at the sub-process levels. These two levels, end-to-end and sub-processes, are regionally designed to BPM and 2.0, and the above diagrams, value chains, and the process areas. To design these levels, we use value chain or value chain diagram or value stream diagram. And to link these, there is an automatic linkage available within Signavio. Also, we can use the navigation maps for the better visualization. So I'm just gonna repeat it again. Process architecture will help you to define a structure for an organization. It will help you to offer the transparency, ensuring that everyone within the organization understand how their processes interlink with each other, even how cross-functional processes will gonna interlink. There are few process architectures available in the market, like APQC. SAP has their own process architecture. Also, ITIL for IT, score, balance card, multiples. But APQC and ETOM and ITIL, these are the few frameworks which are widely used across the globe. Even in my last 10 years of experience in process architecture definition, we have majorly used APQC and ETOM.
We have a ARIS, right? ARIS.
Okay.
I just wanted to know, is ARIS is similar to the SAP Signavio? I mean, how the ARIS is placed here?
ARIS and SAP Signavio are, you can say 50% similar, but there are few features in Signavio which ARIS don't have, like adaptability with the SAP landscape. Okay. Also, they have defined the modules for a specific objective. Signavio Process Manager is only for the modeling purposes, which covers the scope of RS, and there is a scope of enterprise architecture management in RS, which can be done with the help of the Signavio and Linux. When it comes to a process mining, we have the process intelligence function. In the RS, they have also developed their process intelligence module. But if we have to understand the process in the form of the SAP landscape, they have the module called SAP Process Insights, which is only in Signavio, not in any other tool, whether it's Celonis, RS, UiPath. They don't have Signavio Process Insights like of tool. Also, to set up the process governance, we have the SAP Signavio Process Governance. Also, to overcome the problem of automation, we have the SAP Build Automation linked to SAP Signavio. one of the module. So it's a complete package where you can manage the enterprise architecture, define your processes, as well as manage your process architecture. You can put the governance in place. You can model the process with the help of the process manager. You can measure the performance with the help of the process insights, as well as do the mining with the help of the intelligence. Also, if you have to automate the processes or apply the findings of the process mining, we have the process governance as well as the SAP built automation within Signavio. They have AI functionality, just called as process AI. You can just ask a question and Signavio will give you the answer. Apart from this, a co-pilot, Joule, is also developed for the Signavio, by which you'll be having next level AI capabilities within Signavio. Okay, so we have learned a bit of information about the process architecture. But my question from everyone, every participant, what is the need of process architecture and why it is very, very important before defining any process? My question is, why process architecture is very important as a foundation before go for the modeling?
So basically, if we have to start anything, like as you mentioned in the previous diagram, the flow, identify. So until unless we know the end-to-end, what is the current process and how we are approaching and all this. So that is where we need to have a clear-cut idea about the processes and the details to start with.
Yeah.
Hey there, want to get really good at improving business processes? Our SAP Signavio Process Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Signavio. It's like a toolbox for analyzing and improving workflows to make everything run smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to streamline your business operations in SAP Signavio Process Manager? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I would say it is like a kind of a foundation. Like, what is that? Who is driving our process in the organization? It is kind of a high-level architecture. Like it's similar to in any business process. Like we have a kind of a in SAP client organization structure, right? Similarly, in terms of business process, we need to have a high-level architecture that will drive the further business processes or process area, etc. Yeah.
I just want to know this SAP Signavio can be integrated with all the module like FICOM, MST, FSEM. I mean, how does it help with the other module?
Shaila, good question, first of all, because this question is a very common question. Whenever I do the training for the users, in every meeting, I used to get this question. So Signavio not integrate with your FICO MMSD module. It will directly integrate with your SAP system, SAP database. Doesn't matter how many modules you have implemented, whether you have ECC, HANA, EWM, or any other module. Private cloud, public cloud, doesn't matter. If you are working on a FICO, MM, SD, the information is getting stored in a one single database, or can be multiple databases based upon the organizational structure. Signavio can link with all the databases and you can have information about FICO, MMSD, all of your processes at a one place within Signavio. Also, when it comes to the context of S4HANA, there is a new connector we have developed within the Signavio, which is called as SAP Signavio Cloud ALM connector. So, solution manager connection or integration will gonna be obsolete in the next 2 quarters. And after 2 quarters, only the cloud ALM integration with Signavio and the S4HANA will be available, by which we will be having a complete visibility on the overall landscape. And if you have to define any process, Signavio would be the one and only place to analyze, monitor, and manage the performance of the process. Also, we can overwrite on the existing processes.
Just to have this connection between SAP system and Signavia, are we doing any RFC connection kind of?
RFC.
Yes.
There's an RFC connection as well, cloud integration, CPI based, direct integration.
Okay.
Which have to connect with the data sphere. Will showcase. I will showcase what are different connectors available.
Okay, thank you so much. You answered my question. Thanks.
Not only with SAP, but you can name any major tool like Salesforce, ServiceNow, Jira. We have the readily connectors available within Signavio, by which we can integrate with these systems and analyze the performance of these processes. Also, in case of SAP, we can overwrite or we can build the process automation as well with the help of Signavio and the SAP build. If we wanted to develop a rule-based actions, we can also do that. So coming back to the question, why process architecture is important? So identification. There are 2 ways of doing it. Either you can go top-down from value chain to sub-process, or you can go with the bottom-up, where you can define the process and you can start linking with the end-to-end or process areas or the company's objective with the help of the value chains. Both options available, top-down and bottom-up approach. But when we go with the top-down, it is very easy to identify what are the process needs of an organization, what are different process areas we have to develop, what are end-to-end process we are going to define, and under those end-to-end process, what our sub-process should be. But when we go from bottom approach, we generally start documenting the processes in the as-is condition, what is happening in the organization. Based upon the defined process, we're gonna start clubbing the process into the end-to-end diagrams. Bottom-up approach is good for those organizations which are small or medium scale, but it is not suggested for large enterprises, because when you have the diversity within the organization, like you have retail, wholesale, automobile, manufacturing, telecom as well, in one group, and you start going from the bottom-up approach, most of the time was consumed when you start identifying your process areas. But if you are going from the top down, you will be having a clearly defined business areas and the capabilities you have to build or a target, and what are the missing capabilities you have in the organization, which you have to develop. And under those business capabilities, you can define your end-to-end processes as well as the sub-processes. So alignment with the strategic goals is very, very important, whether it's a top-down approach or a bottom-up approach. So it will help you to ensure that all processes supports the organization mission and objective. It will help you to facilitate strategic planning by mapping out how processes contribute to the business goals. It will help you to improve efficiency and effectiveness once you have your process aligned with the common business objectives. Also, it is very easy to scale up the processes if you have the multiple domains within the same organization, like retail, wholesale, or any other, even healthcare as well. Apart from federal services and the aerospace services, a common process architecture like APQC, ETOM fulfill your requirements. But if you have the federal services kind of organization or the aerospace, we have the specific best practices or the specific process architecture available for them on request from these major companies like APQC and ETOM or ITI. It will help you to manage your risk and compliance. Defining the process architecture is one of the major requirement of managing or identifying the potential risk for your processes and controlling them. The first component is the process hierarchy. You will be having a defined process hierarchy, defined level for your process models. That you will be having the BPM 2.0 process restricted for only 2 levels or a 1 level. You will be having a defined roles and responsibilities linked to your processes at a level 3, level 4, or level 5. The number of levels may vary based upon the nature of the organization or based upon their process classification. So also it will help you to identify your process interfaces with the application interfaces and link them with each other. Once you're gonna put the process architecture in place, you will be having the identified process capabilities as well as what are the different matrices supporting those process capabilities aligned with the process performance indicators. So this is why process architecture is important. And implementing the process architecture with Signavio is quite easy because you will be able to access the ready to use best practices available from the different companies. Okay, it will help you to build the centralized process repository at a single place. Also, you can work in a collaborative manner with your audience within organization or outside the organization. Also, if you are going to work in a collaborative manner, it will help you to simplify the process as simple as possible. Also, the process governance and the process manager will help you to standardize the processes by getting the feedback from the stakeholders and updating the process in a real time. Also, the process intelligence insights can be directly available in the collaboration hub once you are going to link your processes with their matrices. So here is an example of one of the process architecture. On a level 1, we generally define the process landscape or the business capabilities. On the level 2, we again bifurcate those business capabilities into sub-capabilities or the end-to-end processes. And then those end-to-end processes can be in the form of the BPMN model or a non-BPMN model. But our next level sub-process should always be in the BPMN model. So, example, as a business area, we see they have identified IT service management. Under IT service management, incident management is one of the process they have identified. And under the incident management, analyzing the issue is one of the sub-process, having set of activities. And in this example, they have designed L1 and L2 in the form of value chain diagrams, level 3 and level 4 in the form of BPMN diagrams. Okay, now we have covered a first part till now. First, I wanted you to have the SAP Signavio account. So I'm gonna share one link in front of everyone. Please open that link in your browser. Click on the upper right corner, free tile. They will be landing on the page. The initial link is different for every geography. If you are based out of US, you will be having a different starting app-us. If you are from India, you will be having this link. If you are from Europe, you will be having a different link. You have to enter your username, start first, last name, email ID. Please make sure you will be using the 15-digit password by alphanumeric and the combination of special characters. Along with that, you have to provide your company. If you don't have any company, just put NA, your phone number, your reason, and then choose the right click and start your 30 days trial. Once you will gonna complete this, email will land in your browser, in your account, email account. You have to go to that email, complete the sign up process by setting up the account. Hope you can access your Signavio account now. Please confirm if you have completed the registration process. Please log into the link and save that as your bookmark so that you can at least log in for the next 30 days as well. This, you can only learn Signavio with a continuous practice. So it is very important to do the practice on a regular basis. If you are a new person who is started working on Signavio. So once you're going to log in, your page might be different. This is my web page, or my Signavio landing page. Your landing page may be different and you have a different startup diagram or a different welcome diagram.
Yeah, it's done. It's showing as a value chain ACME level
Correct. 1. Value chain of Acme.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So you have landed on the Signavio Process Collaboration Hub. On the left-hand side, these are the few features. Home. This is your landing page. By default, your home page. In your case, it is Acme. Welcome to Acme. Newsfeed. If there's any release or a news release within your organization, you can get those news feeds from here. If you have identified any process as a favorite, you can also access that from here. So when you're going to open any of the process, there's also an option of add that process as a favorite. Once you are going to choose that process as a favorite, then the process will be visible to you in your favorites as an end-to-end process or as a name of the process which you are going to add in your favorites. Recents will show you the recent history of all of your processes which you have visited recently. Share documents is the place from where you can explore all the processes available within your process manager or released processes. You can only see the released process in the published version, but in the preview version, you can see all the unreleased processes or unpublished processes as well. In my case, I don't have any of the unpublished process, so I can only see the published processes or the released processes. I have one folder where I have defined the process in level 1, level 2, level 3. On the level 3, I'm having the BPMN diagrams for my organization. On a level 2, I'm having the web business capabilities and the next level value chain diagrams, their completion score, transaction score, and the best score for the respective processes. And on the level 1, I have defined my end-to-end processes in the form of the value chains. These all are the standard value chains: idea to market, governance, lead to cash, finance, plan to fulfill, recruit to retire, source to pay, acquired recognition. These are the major end-to-end processes. You may have heard procure to pay, order to cash, record to report. Those are the subset of these end-to-end processes, invoice to pay or invoice to cash. Please raise your hand if you have heard about these names.
Yes.
So lead to cash, order to cash is the part of lead to cash. In the lead to cash, order to cash, as well as code management, opportunity management, or accounts receivable comes into the picture. In source to pay, you will gonna find procure to pay and accounts payable. In finance, you will wanna see your accounts payable, accounts receivable, account financial accounting close, and the other processes. So these are the 8 end-to-end value chains or end-to-end process defined by the SAP itself. This is the terminology of the SAP. And the same terminology is used in major ERPs like JD AdWords, Oracle, and other ERP systems. Similar kind of terminology. So in this pane, you can see the available process models, journey models. If there is any investigation you have developed in your process intelligence, that can be visible here. You can explore the multiple reports. You can manage the process variants. Also access the different dictionaries from here. There's the most important part, value accelerator library. This is the ready to use value accelerator library by which you can analyze your process. You can deploy the process architecture or the process architecture best practices, best practice model for your private cloud, public cloud, and any other accelerator suggested by any of the partner company of the SAP in the SAP Signavio field. Adapro, Bearing, CTI, Databricks, Deloitte, EY, KPMG. These are the major value accelerator publishers. You can filter out their accelerators from here. To get the workspace information, here is a tab of question mark. On this, you have the workspace ID. Please make sure you will be sharing this workspace ID to them. Otherwise, they won't be able to do that without having the information of your workspace ID. I'm going back to the hub page, home page. On the right-hand side or left-hand side, we have these features. On the right-hand side, we have an option to search any information within the workspace. You can search or you can narrow down your search to diagram, dictionary, files, folders, models, or any kind of other options. You can search within your workspace. If you are going to develop any post journey model, this feature is only available with the journey models. This is a notification feature. If there's a notification where your email ID is addressed or any changes that happen to your processes, those will be available at this place. This is the questionnaire tab. You can, if your workspace is linked with the SAP support, you can provide the feedback. Also, you can directly go to the case creation if you have any kind of issue. In my workspace, I have not linked SAP for me with my Signavio, so I can only provide the survey feedback. From here, you can directly access the user guides. You can go to the onboarding center, community, as well as there are certain videos available on YouTube by the SAP. This grid will help you to navigate between the different modules of Signavio. Collaboration Hub, Governance, Intelligence, and Manager. In your case, you will be able to see the user management as well at the bottom. This is your place. You will be having your name, personal settings, workspace ID, and so on. So this is the view of Collaboration Hub. Now we are going to the Process Manager. Every day, if you're going to open the Process Manager for the first time, you will be able to see the latest updates or any thoughts from the Signavio. Okay, so on the left-hand side in the Signavio Process Manager, this is the folder structure. This folder structure may be different for you based upon your type of workspace. You can create new folder or delete new folders from here and then trash. Once you're gonna delete any folder process diagrams, they will be available in the trash. Last is the option of dictionary. If you're going to create any dictionary, they will be available at this option in the dictionary hub. In this module, you won't be able to see any dictionary, but I will showcase you the number of dictionaries available in my other module. So this is the place which you're gonna use a lot when you're going to work as a process designer, process modeler, or a business process management professional. I may have to change my workspace. Allow me a moment. Here you can see I have the rights to create the multiple types of process from here. I can create a folder, even I can design the process by using the Quick Modeler. Quick Modeler helps you design the process in the form of the Excel-based template. Then you have value chains by which you can define the value chain diagrams, business process diagram, enterprise architecture diagram, business decision diagram, event, EPC, org chart. You don't need any other tool or Excel design your organization chart anymore. You can define the customer journey maps or navigation maps.
So now we can use this to help us to build our PDD?
Yes. If you have your process design template available, you can right away push the process into the form of process design document.
Okay.
I have a PDD template available in my other workspace. I will showcase you how you can create a PDD template. So let's design one BPMN diagram from here as a test. So this is the graphical editor. Once you will gonna open the BPMN template from here, you will gonna land on this page. On the right side, you will be having the stencil. Oh, sorry, on the left side, you will be having the stencil to design the process. BPMN complete plus live insights, core complete, or so on, based upon your defined workspace. I generally don't use complete, I use core elements because it has a very less number of objects which I can use in my process to define in a very easiest way. But if you wanted to define a complex process with more features or more artifacts or more objects, you have BPMN complete, where you have different types of activities, options, now different types of gateways option, pools option, different types of data objects, artifacts, different types of start events, timer, error, escalation, conditional events. Also different types of end events, similar to the start events. throwing and catching wires, intermediate events, as well as the connecting objects, sequence flow, association, one directional or bidirectional, message flow, and the associations. From this place, you can choose which stencil you wanted to select for your process models. And the number of objects or the elements in that stencil will gonna change. This is the customization section of your graphical editor. And on the left hand side, you will be having the attribute section. As of now, there is no further object in the canvas, so I can only see the diagram attributes. If you can see PPM and diagram. All these attributes are the attributes of the diagram, like process maturity, target, maturity level, who would be the owner of this process, goals, etc., etc. Main attributes are the name and documentation. Documentation, that means a short description about the process. What is the type of the process? Private, public, or none? Which orientation you wanted to keep, horizontal or vertical? In earlier days, we used to define vertical diagrams. The old SAP diagrams you may generally find in the vertical form, but nowadays we are only using the horizontal way. What if I'm gonna pull up any of the object like swim lane or a pool? Attributes will gonna change automatically based upon the click. My click is on the canvas, so I can only see the diagram attributes. But if I'm gonna select the pool, the attributes will gonna change, and I can define the attributes of a pool or a swim lane. Let me repeat it again. If you're gonna bring the pool for the first time, it will always called as a pool, and the inner part always called as a lane. But if you're going to bring the pool for the second time, the pool will remain one, but your swim lane will gonna add. That means in your one pool, you will be having two swim lanes. Okay, so to define the process, I bring the start event, activity, gateway, activity, and add the activity from the gateway, and then add the gateway, and I'm joining the gateway, and then ending the process. Process A with role A, who is performing these activities, and role B is involved in performing this activity. This is my start event. This is my end event. This is my task 1, task 2, task 3. I have defined the XOR gateway. That means exclusive one result gateway. If I'm defining the one result gateway, which is splitting, so it is my responsibility to define the condition on each and every flow. So if I'll define the condition here, yes, the answer will automatically be no. But if I will be having 3 different arrows coming out from this exclusive one result gateway, I will not be able to get no on other 2. Because if there is an outgoing flow from the XOR, there will always be a certain condition applicable for that flow. Now I'm just going to save this as a test process. Okay, test process, this is getting saved in my folder. Now I don't have any errors. Let's make some errors. Okay, I have not named it. Now I'm gonna save this system will throw me an error. I can review what are different errors I'm having in my process diagram. And once I'm gonna click on review, a summary of all the events with errors or without errors will be available. And it will gonna show me what kind of error I'm having. Now I'm having a naming error because every element should be labeled with the BPM diagram. Now my every item is labeled along with the swim lane, role, activities, the start and end event. Also, if I wanted to bring data object, let's say this one is producing an output in the form of form, and output is form A, and this form A is going in an IT system, and this IT system is nothing but an SAP or any other system. Okay. How you can use the business objects, IT systems to showcase the further information. Something is wrong with my workspace. Sometimes it happens. Okay, so whenever you click on any other object, the attributes generally get changed. These are the attributes of the task: owner, documents, account, who is accountable for this activity, consulted, informed, and so on. This is the attribute of my swim lane: name, documentation, background, color. Attributes of pools are being changed. Even object or data object have the different attributes. Also, IT system will have a different attribute. We can also add as an image of IT system, event and result. We can link subsequent processes with the events and results. Now the process is saved. We can close this. Process available here. If you wanted to see the change history, this first variant is created 1 minute ago. If I will gonna make any change, let me delete this IT system. This is a place from where you can add the comments or add the information about the changes of your saved diagram. Now the process is saved. I can refresh. You can subscribe the daily updates from here. You can see the feed. Different versions was created: revision 1, revision 2, revision 3. When I saved diagram for the first time, my process was this. When I saved a diagram for the second time, my process was this. When I saved a diagram for the third time, my process was this, when IT system was removed. And the comment was IT system deleted. And when it was happened, 23, 2003, 2005. These are different timestamps of the changes, and the changes are documented. If I wanted to open my previous version of the diagram, I can open the diagram directly from here. Even if I wanted to save the diagram, I can do that saving as well. Okay, I hope this will show you how you can manage the overall change history and how you can track the change history with any single change within your process diagram. Also, you can compare the different version of this diagram. Revision 1 with revision 3. What are the different changes that happened? This object was deleted in the revision 3. Even you can choose a revision 1 to 3, revision 2 to 3, or division of different diagrams. If you wanted to change the process, you can change the process from here. You don't want to compare the same revision, different revision of the same process, but you can compare the different processes within the different folders. And then see the compatibility. What is your matching percentage? Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of SAP Signavio Process Manager? Option A, financial reporting. Option B, process management and optimization. Option C, customer relationship management. Option D, human resources tracking. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get really good at improving business processes? Our SAP Signavio Process Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Signavio. It's like a toolbox for analyzing and improving workflows to make everything run smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to streamline your business operations in SAP Signavio Process Manager? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So these are the few basic features which we have showcased to you. Here you can design the process, model the process in the form of BPMN or the multiple different ways. If you want to define your enterprise architecture diagram in the form of business layer or application layer, you can also use Archimate 3.0. Value chain diagrams, you will be having a very few objects to define. Process, sub-process, and only the major options are available in the value chain diagrams. Sometimes live insights and basic shapes are also available. On the right-hand side, you will be having an option to customize your workspace, define modeling language. If you have the administrator rights, you can change the modeling language, BPMN 2.0, or you can add the different features, or you can configure the BPMN 2.0 as per your organizational requirement if you need any other artifacts. And the same stencils will be available to you at this place, or during the time of validation, your process will get checked based upon your defined stencil or a process rules or a configuration for your workspace by choosing this option. You can configure BPM 2.0 as per your requirement. If you wanted to create new custom attributes, you can do that for different objects. You can choose whichever you wanted to define your stencil. You can create a dictionary structure from here. You can create new dictionary types. As you can see, I have created multiple dictionary types to meet my organizational requirement. Modeling rules, you can define from here. What are different things to be validated from your workspace? As of now, we are only using the BPM 2.0 best practices in the dialog box to review the process diagram. But we can also choose the other different process methods. Whether this same process we can use in the process governance as an executable or not. If I'm going to click this and open the diagram again, and we'll try to save it, this will validate my diagram in two different ways, as per the SAP Signavio best practice for the BPMN 2.0 or the SAP Signavio Process Governance BPMN 2.0. The rules for the process governance is different because the same process can be used to execute in the process governance or in the SAP build automation. So the specific stencil SAP Signavio Process Governance BPMN 2.0 generally validates your process based upon the automation requirement capabilities of the process. It will throw you the error, what are different errors, what is linked, what is not linked. Similar kind of way, you can define your modeling language, which you wanted to choose to validate your process diagrams. You can create your own modeling language from here. If you don't want it to follow BPMN 2.0 or if you want it to define BPMN 3.0 for yourself, you can do that. And you can apply for the standardization. If you wanted to define any custom attribute visualization or visualization layer, which you can access from here for your processes, visualization layer is not visible because we have not defined any visualization layer for this workspace. Once you're going to define the visualization layer by adding the rules and the visualization icon, the same will be visible in the graphical editor as a visualization layer. No, we don't have any visualization layer. Okay. If you wanted to enable the SSO or hub authentication, this is the feature. If you wanted to integrate your SAP Signavio with the solution manager, you can click here, enable the SAP Signavio Solman BPMN connector by using the SAP BTP, and then you will be able to access the Solman from here. But for now, if you have not enabled the BPMN connector, this will only route you to the documentation. You can edit security configurations. What if you wanted to add the trusted domains who can only access the Signavio? If you wanted to add the SSO to access the Signavio, this is the edit security configuration feature. The question of defining the PDD. As you can see here, you can see the folder structure, trash, and dictionaries, but you cannot see any process documentation template. So from here, you can enable process documentation template. As of now, we don't have any process documentation template in this workspace. So we can define the process documentation template from here. What is the structure we want? What are the different process objects we have to add as is to be processed, or what are the static tables we need? If the information of those fields or those attributes are available in the diagram, the same will be populated at this place once we are going to generate the process documentation. You can transfer the existing workflow directly into the process governance by choosing from here. By clicking it, system will ask you, for this workspace, we don't have the process governance linked. I will showcase you from my other workspace how the process can be transferred from here to the process governance. You can directly reach out to the process intelligence where you can mine your processes. From here, you can invite other stakeholders to edit on your diagram. You can preview the same process in Process Collaboration Hub. If the process is approved, you can publish the process from here. Once you're going to publish, you will be able to see the right click of green color of the process. You can generate a different documentation like PDF, Word. You can have the governance report, how many processes are there, how many are published, non-published, what is the nature of those processes, how many of BPMN 2.0, customer journey maps, value chains, navigation maps. If you wanted to do the process cost analysis of your process, if you have added the information of process cost within your process, you will be able to generate the process cost analysis, resource consumption analysis. If you wanted to validate multiple processes as per the modeling convention or the modeling language you have defined for your workspace, you can choose multiple processes and you can start analyzing it. As per the BPMN 2.0 process governance, how many of them are applicable to directly move to the process governance or the SAP build to execute or to automate? How many of them are fulfilling the requirement of the SAP Signavio BPMN 2.0 best practices, so that these processes can be interchangeably used between the different multiple BPMN tools. So you can start the analysis just by clicking and choosing the different folders or different diagrams at once. Let's say I wanted to choose all the folder diagrams and I wanted to check the process governance BPM convention compatibility of these processes. Now the report has generated. This will get downloaded in the form of the XLSX extension. As you can see, the report is downloaded for all of the processes. How many of them okay, not okay, what are the different warnings, 2 warnings, 1 warning, as per the notation or as per the process perspective. What are different legions are in consideration, process architecture and notation they have considered. Based upon these parameters, they have validated. And how this validation happened? This validation had happened based upon the language, all the conventions we have defined for the BPMN 2.0 for the process governance in our SAP Signavio Process Manager. The conventions we have defined from here define notation and modeling rules. The last validation was happened on the process governance BPMN 2.0 conventions. Similar to this, we can create the RACI metrics, handover metrics, document usage, IT system usage, application usage. If they are risk and controls and put in place within the process, we can also generate the risk and control report in bulk for the overall workspace or the set of processes. We can also see the user reports or user group assignments. How many users are available and in which group they are assigned, and how many of users have used the Signavio in last month or in this month. We can do all those things by using the reporting function. So this is the reporting function from where you can generate the multiple types of reports. Then import function. You can directly import the Signavio, BPML, and other archives, or you can also upload document or picture or a PDF if you wanted to use any of the diagram. Also, this function will be enabled if you are going to select the specific diagram. So either you can export in XML, XML 2.0, Signavio archive, PNG, vector graphics, PDF, export rules, and few other features are available for the different types of diagrams like BMN, all the SAP Solution Manager compatible diagrams. Okay, so let's go back to our slides, because there are a few points we wanted to cover in this session. We have done the account setup. Now, BPM and core elements. These are the BPM and core elements we have seen in the graphical editor. These are called as flow object, task, event, or gateways. These are the major flow objects used in the diagram. There are certain ways of connecting these flow objects, either by sequence flow, message flow, or association flow. These flows, you will be getting these flows automatically once you are trying to connect the different kind of object. Like task to task can only be connected with the sequential flow, but they cannot be connected with the message flow or association flow. Association flow only works with the associative objects like IT system, data object, applications. Message flow is only applicable for the message event, intermediary event. Artifacts. This is the artifact category where you will be able to see the group, data object, annotation, and some other elements. These are the elements of the core BPMN element section, not from the complete. These are the responsibilities. At a high level, it is always called as a pool, where you can name the pool as a process name or the organization name. Lanes always at the next level under the pool. You can name the lanes as a department, application, system based upon the nature of the diagram. Which kind of diagram you are going to create. So lanes represent responsibilities or responsible or accountable person or application or IT system for those activities who are going to fall in these swim lanes. So this is an overview of the core element. In a process diagram, this is our start event, hungry, and end event is not hungry anymore. What we have done, these are three activities we have done: purchase groceries, meal preparation, and eating the meal. And all these are connected, activities are connected by the sequential arrows or the sequence flow in continuous. As you can see, all are the sequential flow. There is no association of the message event is happening within this process. That's the only reason we cannot see any. If you can add association at the time of meal preparation, what kind of other materials you have used, what are the other systems you have used. You may be using the burner or the induction during the meal preparation. You can associate them with the help of the association flow as a system, IT system or the normal system. Naming convention for events. It is very important how you name your events. Activities should always be in the form of verb plus noun. Purchase is a verb, noun is a grocery. Work, prepare, noun is a meal. This is the common best practice we generally use so that it will clearly define what is happening within a particular box or work within a particular activity type category, whether it's an activity or a business process or a sub-process. Name should be clearly defined in a verb plus noun format. Event and results. Order is placed, product is ready for delivery. Whenever you define event and result, there are certain rules you have to adhere. Either you can simply name as something is finishing or something is starting, or you can use noun plus adjective combination. This is the second way of doing it. Any questions? Because most of the people will be having challenges in defining the activities. Sometimes people used to define the name of the activities in 5 to 7 different words or sometimes in a sentence. Same thing.
So we have any limitation on the naming? I mean, beyond this 256 characters or anything like that?
No, there is no such limitation. But this is the best practice. Whenever you define the process, every activity should clearly indicate what is the action is happening under that activity. Sometimes what people usually do, they instead of two, four, 5 words, they start putting up the overall sentence. Like role is preparing the purchasing the groceries from the store. Instead of, you can just directly say purchase groceries and add the role and add store as association. Okay.
Got it.
So there are a few gateways you will be using to define the condition. XOR. The most common name is the exclusive gateway, and the full form is exclusively one result gateway. If you are splitting, only one can be active. If you are merging, then outgoing, only one can be active. Or even incoming, only one should be active to take decision. Parallel gateway, if you're using the parallel gateway, both should be active. And parallel activities can happen in parallel by two or different roles. Or gateway, or sometimes called as an inclusive gateway, where you have a rule-based conditions for the different flows or different sequential flows. Event-based gateway, like you have rules, errors, message events, timer events. At these places, we used event-based gateway. Something should be triggered after 2 days of time. An email should be sent after one application is filled. So on those conditions, we used event-based gateways. In your core elements, you will be able to find XOR and parallel gateways or an event-based gateway only available in your complete BPMN template or complete BPM stencil.
One last thing I just want to check. We are talking about this basically like a process flow. We are preparing it, but if you see in MS Visio and I mean previously we had a lot of icons like document. We used to have a different yes, input output and then the symbols and all that. So we are not going to have such only two sequence. One is sequence, decision box is there, and I can see for the event base you have come up with the email part. Only these three will be there for this, or
No, you can define your modeling language by yourself. How many number
okay,
of event types you wanted to add. In the configuration section or in the setting section, you will be having a leverage to define your objects for the organization, because the organization need, my organization has a different need, your organization has a different need.
right,
Based on the need of the organization, you can define your stencil. But when you're going to compare with Microsoft Visio with the SAP Signavio, there are two major things.
right,
In the Microsoft Visio, you can see there are multiple templates. Like you can define organization chart, you can define
yes,
visual diagrams, you can define block diagram, and furthermore things. But the problem is
right,
we are not compliant to any standard. And when we wanted to move process from one tool to another tool so that we can reuse them, suppose I have defined a one process in the form of the process model, and tomorrow I wanted to utilize the same process to build my automation tool. And I didn't want to repeat the exercise of process modeling. I just wanted to move these processes to my workflow execution management system, where I can just simply apply the logics, build the forms and check sheets so that I can build my own tool by just automating the existing workflows. But in case of Visio, as the Visio is not a OMG compliant tool, it cannot generate the diagram in the form of the XML or the OMG compliant XML. So those diagrams cannot be reused in any of the workflow execution or the automation engine. That was a major problem with the SAP Microsoft Visio. But in case of designing, you would be having a lot of different ways in defining the processes, workflows, event relationship diagram, event chain or relationship diagrams, or a block diagrams, or even you can define the customer journey in a Microsoft Visio in a very simpler way. That tool is very, very user friendly. I don't have any doubt because I have used that tool for almost 10 years.
Right.
But the adaptability, or you can say the reusability of those processes is highly doubtful because I know I never utilized those processes anywhere. Even in Signavio, if today I wanted to move my Microsoft Visio processes, I specifically have to copy them into the BPM and template of Microsoft Visio.
Okay, got it.
Even Signavio allows to move the Visio diagrams into Signavio, but they should be available in the BPM and template of Microsoft Visio. So these are the basic object types of BPMN 2.0. Now, I want all of you to start modeling. You have signed up on the tool. What you have to do, you have to open your browser. You have to go to Signavio Process Manager, from Collaboration Hub to Process Manager. And in the manager, you have to choose a new BPMN diagram. So let me show you how you're going to do that exercise. You have to go to the Signavio Process Manager. Once you're going to land in Signavio Process Manager, you will be having this kind of workspace, option to create, folder, quick model, value chain, BPM and diagrams. You have to choose BPM and 2.0 stencil template, not a stencil. And on the left-hand side, you have to choose the stencil as per your convenience, whether you wanted to go ahead with the core or a complete or live insights. Live insights where you can also add the matrices from the process intelligence so that you will be having a live view of the process performance. But I don't want to confuse, so please don't use BPM and complete live insights. Leave this. Try this, BPM and complete or a core elements. Anyone from these. You will be having your canvas available in front of you. Now, what you have to do, I will gonna showcase a loan process step by step, and we'll see how we can simply design this loan process. Please confirm if you've opened your diagram.
Yeah, it is open.
Okay. So these are the 4 steps. And based upon these 4 steps, what are your activities? Please put down your activities in the chat box as well so that I can see what are the activities you have identified for these steps. And please unmute yourself so that we can collaborate in the real time.
Hey there, want to get really good at improving business processes? Our SAP Signavio Process Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Signavio. It's like a toolbox for analyzing and improving workflows to make everything run smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to streamline your business operations in SAP Signavio Process Manager? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Everyone, please unmute yourself so that we can do a hands-on exercise all together.
So the first one will be the customer application form.
So the first is loan request process starts when a customer submits a loan application. Okay, so what customer is doing?
Application form is submitting.
He's submitting the application. Who is the role? Who is performing that? Customer.
Customer.
And second activity is, who will gonna say this? Who is the performer and what is the activities being performed in the second activity?
Bank is performing the review mechanism.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, bank reviews the application. That means bank is the role who reviews the application, and application reviews the activity. And third is the
Third is decision item. Approved or rejected.
Yeah, there's a decision is being made in the third activity. And who is performing that activity?
Bank.
Bank. So what kind of decision this would be?
Yes or no?
Okay.
Approved or not?
Perfect. So let's see. These are the activities we have identified. Customer submits a loan application. Bank reviews the application. Bank notifies the customer about a decision. Bank underwrites the loan.
Yes.
So can you design the process for this?
Yeah.
Okay. In a simpler way, we are not adding the role for now. Is this your loan application process? Is this your loan application process?
No.
Name of the activity might be different for you.
But the decision box is not there.
Yeah. I have, just to simplify, I have not applied a decision box yet.
Okay.
Okay. Please design the same process in your graphical editor, and let's move ahead with adding the exclusive one result gateway. Now there are some conditions. We'll see how a simple process can be turned into a very complex process. Now you have to apply these two conditions in your process.
So it will be, the first one will be first two steps from the previous will be same.
Yeah, this is the amendment to your existing process which you have designed earlier in the previous step. Now you have to add these conditions in your process.
But can we say that without adding decision box, after review, if approver accepts, then acceptance letter will be sent. If rejected, we will be sending the rejection letter. Anyway, we are sending a letter. Maybe it's acceptance or yes.
Yeah, in both of the ways, we are sending a letter, whether it's acceptance or rejection letter. Okay. How many of you have identified the activities and what kind of gateway we should be using? It's already visible on the screen. XOR gateway we should be using. And I hope you should be having a similar kind of process available in front of you. Direction can be different based upon your perception. Please confirm by raising the hand or providing your consent in yes or no?
Yeah, completed.
Smita, Sridhar? Perfect. Rita, Himanshu, Hari?
Yeah, sufficient.
Okay. Now, there is one more complexity I wanted to add. Here is on the screen. After customer submits a loan application, applicant's employment records are verified, a credit report is requested and reviewed, and the property title is obtained and evaluated. And the second is, once these activities have been completed, the final review is performed and the loan application is eventually approved or rejected. Now you have to add these activities and the conditions in your process as well.
So the first one, I mean, from the previous one, the first two will be the same. The third will be the we will be adding the few more checklist here. One is the records, credits, credit validation, and the last one is on the property title.
Correct.
And based on their this thing, the output of the results, it once it's been completed. I mean, they will be again in case if we have to deep dive more into it after the completion, whether all these three steps have been completed, then only the output is it yes or no. I mean,
Correct.
approved or rejected.
Correct. So, can you showcase us what is the process you have designed in your graphical editor of Signavio?
I just not done it. 1 second, I'll do it out.
Please. Because it would be very, very important to do the exercise. If you are not going to do the exercise and just watching on the screen, it will not
Yeah,
help.
got it. Yes.
And again, I'm saying that because it is very important when it comes to a BPM tool. If you are not regularly using or not practicing every period of time, you will gonna lose the momentum of using the tool in a right way or the easiest way. This is a UI based tool, very easy to use if you have the proper practice. Can you please share your screen?
This is my ID.
Yeah.
I don't have anything here.
Click on the home. No, grid. You cannot see grid.
Yeah.
Okay.
There it is.
Just let me put a link in your chat box and just allow me a moment. Let me give you the link.
Oh, my ID is already got registered. No, I cannot use the same ID. So already I have.
You just have to log in. You just have to log in. Use this one. My link was different because I was in a different geography. Now you have it.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Save this as a link. But you can just send the email because you don't have the edit rights.
Yeah, I have already sent them.
Okay, if you can check, if you can change your workspace, because there might be a chances you must be having the two different workspaces.
No, it's a single.
No, not from here. In the Signavio, you have to go to the hub, and in your go to the hub. Third tab from the last. Yeah. On the upper right corner where you have your initials, click here, workspace.
Yeah.
No, not from here. Click on your initials, SJ. Go down, the third options from the top, workspace now. Click here. Okay, you only have access to the Process Explorer.
Yes.
Okay, that's the problem. Just send an email because your trial is not there.
Yeah, I already sent it. Let me wait for some.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So there are few changes required because your objects are not connected properly. If you click on your activity, any of the activity, like application employment to the credit report, third activity, there is a flow. If you can see, you have a few suggestions. Even the suggestion is the flow as well on the right side. Yeah, bottom down, 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 down. Yeah, just click and drag to the credit report. Now, your process activities are automatically connected just by using the drag and drop. Instead of pulling the sequence flow from the left pane. I'm just bringing the screen back for myself. If you can see, I just pulled out the event from here. Now I'm just going to click on the event. Now I have the suggestions as based upon the stencil. As you can see, there are only few suggestions based upon the stencil. How many number of objects I can link directly from my start event. But if I will gonna change my stencil from core to complete, suggestion will gonna change. See, the number of suggestions has increased. Now I'm gonna come back from complete to core. Now my suggestions are reduced. What was my first activity? Please confirm.
Loan application. Customer loan application.
Record loan application.
Record application. Record loan application. Okay. Now what is my next activity?
Review loan
Review.
application.
Bank review.
Review loan application. Yes. What was the activity? I think before that I was having another activity as well.
Employment verification.
Here was the gateway. And before the gateway, I was having an application to verify. Employment verification was required, correct?
Yes, employment, credit
Right.
report, and property.
Verified employment. My system is suggesting the other dictionaries which we have already created in the system. Okay. This is what we call central source of truth. If you have created any dictionary within the system will automatically suggest you that there are few other activities similar name available in your system. Right report. What was the third? Was third category as well?
Property.
Right. I didn't have anything. Now what was these all are the parallel activities. Should have in parallel, not in exclusive, because these all are the mandatory activities. But these can be done in parallel. Okay, and now we are having the exclusive gateway, and from the exclusive gateway, once the application loan was rejected, rejection letter was sent. And underwriting loan involves multiple activities. So this should be the sub-process. Now the process, simple process, how by just adding two different gateways, this is turned into a very complex process. But is this loan application process this simple? Dear participant, is this application process very simple like this? No.
No, it's very complicated.
Very complex. It may require multiple roles to be involved. But this is a high-level view. We can drill down and collaborate with the right stakeholders. We can also go to the next level detail of these loan application process. And in this way, we will be able to design a very complex process by a very simple way. Once we are going to save the process will get saved, and we can start collaborating with the people or with resources. Let me save the diagram as 2. Okay, now the process is saved. What we can do, we can invite multiple stakeholders to get the feedback. We can use existing people from our workspace, or we can manage feedback invitations from here, or directly go to the process and share our process from here by adding the people, like or XYZ, and we can write down dear user, please review the process. Once we are going to send this, an email will be sent to the respective invitations. They will receive an email. Once they will go and receive the email, they will be having an option to come to the process in the collaboration hub and provide their comment. And how they can provide the comment? Let me show you. Once they are going to open the diagram, they will be having this view by which they can just add the comment on any of the activity. Okay. This activity is available now. As the process owner, I will be having an option to reply, resolve, or delete the activity, and every information will be available about the process in the feed. And as you can see, someone has commented. Now I have the model on which someone has commented, and now it is my responsibility to reply to them. And notification generally available from here. As of now, I have already opened the notification, so bell icon is disabled now. By this way, you can easily reply, resolve, or make the changes within your process. This will help you to collaborate very quickly instead of waiting the email or the feedback from other people, or you don't have to wait to schedule another further meeting to get their feedback. By this way, they can easily provide the feedback within the application, and within the same application, you can amend the changes and reply back to them. Okay.
So here, when we send to the user, that user also should have Signavio access, or that can be okay to not having the access of
Two
Signavio.
options. Here we have two options. One, do we wanted to provide the collaboration hub access to the user, or do we how organizations generally work on this license strategy? Because every module within Signavio has their license.
Okay.
And to provide the comment, either person should have the license within of Collaboration Hub for themselves. If we have the security feature enabled of Signavio, single sign-on, with the help of the authenticated email ID of the user within the organization. If you have a XYZ company and your email ID is of XYZ domain, and you have the single sign-on enabled within your organization,
yes,
any user who will gonna use the Signavio should have the XYZ email ID. He will gonna use the single sign-on link. Every time when the user will gonna use that link, he will be landed in the Signavio Process Collaboration Hub, and a Collaboration Hub license will get assigned to them. Okay. Once the user provides a comment, he will be counted as a registered user or active user for that license. That means he should need the license. If you don't have the SSO enabled within your organization, then end user can come freely by inviting. If you will gonna invite to them by your workspace, they will be having the access to the specific processes for them they were invited, and they can come to Signavio, they can provide their comments, their feedback, or they can collaborate with you on the specific processes, but they won't be having the license of Signavio. They, by default, they will be assigned to the commenting license.
Okay.
Yeah. In case if there is only for the approval, like
so only for the feedback and collaboration, not for using the other features of Signavio like documentation, generating a document, managing the variants, seeing the process performance. But they can only collaborate with you.
Yeah, in that case also they need to have a license?
No, but if your Signavio is not SSO enabled, they don't need the Collaboration Hub license. They, by default, they will be getting the commenting license just to collaborate with you on a specific set of processes.
Okay.
For them, they were invited.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Rohit, thank you.
This question generally comes when we provide the training for the Signavio administration.
Okay, got it.
Because license management is a very important part of Signavio. Every license comes with a cost, whether it's of Signavio Process Collaboration Hub, Process Manager, Process Intelligence, or any other module.
Okay, got it.
And the cost is not small.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
If you
That's why I raised this question.
Aware about the cost.
Yeah.
And license optimization is one of the major functions within Signavio. How best we can utilize our licenses.
Yes.
We are using arrays, and we are planning to replace arrays with Signavio. The question comes to my mind. I mean, it is a mind mindset shifting first we need to do in the organization. Then we need to move from ARIS to SAP Signavio. Have you come across such scenario in your experience? And if yes, then how we can proceed?
Yeah, good question, because I did a similar kind of exercise in my past. Not only ARIS, let me give you one use case. In 2017, I was consulting to a company where they are it's a big organization, multi-billion organization. Even their profit is in multiple billions. They are having multiple tools in their organization because they are having 70 different organizations within the group. They are using ARIS, they were using Pega, they were using Case-Wise, even they were using Glyphy and Disagi as well. Okay, and that time they plan to just go with the business process transformation of their existing process landscape. Okay, when you see they have more than 5 different tools available in their system, and what they wanted to do, they wanted to bring the overall shit of the organization at a one place in a transformed way, where they will be having aligned process with the business objective, with the capabilities, with proper alignment with the IT applications, along with the interfaces, by which they can easily identify how many processes will get impacted if they will gonna change one single activity, one single application interface. That's why they have chosen Signavio. In 2017, when even Signavio was not even mature. Okay. That time we did this exercise, and that was a very good learning for us, because every tool was not OMG compliant tool. Even ARIS was also the one. ARIS processes or the enterprise landscape processes can be OMG compliant in few of the cases, but even the process landscape is, or the enterprise architecture is not process compliant. So mind shift will not make any difference, because this is the change in tool or change in technology. Everything which you will be having in ARIS, same thing can be available in Signavio in a very smoother way, and your changeover time or adoption will be much more higher on Signavio instead of ARIS.
Yeah, clear. So in other option, we can go with the two tools, ARIS as well as Signavio. I see in the first presentation slide where we can import and export kind of a thing, right? So whatever is not available in ARIS, that can be utilized in Signavio with the help of ARIS. That is also one of the option, right?
Yeah. And also, there is a question whether we can import non-Signavio. Yes, we have an option. If any tool, Visio, we can import if they are in the BPMN template. But in case of Lucid Chart, make sure whenever you are exporting a Lucid Chart, it should be OMG compliant XML you will be exporting. If you are going to export just the process diagram in the form of the image or the PDF, that will not going to be supported in the Signavio. Lucid Chart has a functionality by which we can export the process in the form of the XML 2.0.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. SAP Signavio Process Manager supports which type of collaboration? Option A, only internal team collaboration. Option B, cross-functional process collaboration. Option C, sales team collaboration only. Option D, IT department collaboration exclusively. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get really good at improving business processes? Our SAP Signavio Process Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Signavio. It's like a toolbox for analyzing and improving workflows to make everything run smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to streamline your business operations in SAP Signavio Process Manager? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So in session, we're gonna cover these few points. First, we'll be doing the knowledge check, what we have learned, and then we'll do an exercise about the process simulation, and we'll be performing on the screen. And after that, I will showcase how you can collaborate within the process collaboration hub with the multiple users. And at the end, we'll discuss about the potential opportunities we have in the market based upon the job roles and the experience you have. And at the last, we'll be having the detailed Q&A session about the topics. So in session, we're going to cover the topics which is shown on the screen. We'll start with the knowledge check. So this was one of the exercises shared with all of you for order management process creation of purchase order. Anyone who has worked on this exercise to define a very simple process, please confirm. No one has worked on this exercise?
No, I mean, we worked on the emergency process which you have given, right? I mean, I worked on that. Sorry, I don't know about the other.
Okay, we'll also move with that. So if you can see, there are only 4 different activities. First is the order management process triggered by the receipt of purchase order from the customer. Second is purchase order is checked against inventory levels for the product requested. Depending on the inventory availability, the purchase order may be confirmed whether it's rejected or confirmed. If the purchase order is confirmed, the goods requested are shipped and an invoice is sent to the customer. So it's a very streamlined process of the purchase order. And if you have designed, it should have looked like this. Simple process with 2 different kinds of gateways. One is the inventory checking to confirm or reject the order. If the inventory is available, then 2 activities are happening in parallel: invoice, sending the invoice and shipping the product. Okay, so now we are just going to have a small quiz, and you can provide your answers in the chat box. I will showcase question by question. We will be having around 20 set of questions, and I wanted to check how much right answer you'll be providing. And ZaranTech host, please capture the answers from every participant, and we'll see what would be the end score, and we'll share the end score with everyone by the end of this call. So the first question, based upon the unit's discussion, is which of the following is not a part of Signavio Process Collaboration Hub? We went through the Signavio Process Manager and the Signavio Process Collaboration Hub review. So can you please confirm which is not a part of the Signavio Process Collaboration Hub? Process Manager, Process Intelligence, Studio, or Workflow Accelerator?
Do we need to answer here or?
Yeah, you can answer in the chat box. Processes from Process Manager, Process Intelligence, as well as we can perform the activities from the Workflow Accelerator. But Studio is the one feature which is generally not available in the Signavio Collaboration Hub. So Signavio Collaboration Hub is what it is. No, not process, because as everyone is having the heart, and heart is operating all of the whole body, circulating the blood and everything. So Signavio Collaboration Hub, it behaves like a heart in the Signavio Process Transformation Switch. It interacts with all the other modules. We can see the function of all the modules in the Signavio Process Collaboration Hub. We can do the poster collaboration. So it acts as a heart of the transformation suite. Yeah. The next question, complete workflows and prototypes can be built for the rapid deployment of workflow models can be accomplished using which module? Srinath, Process Manager, Stephen, Smita, Hari, Sridhar. Okay, we received two answers. One is Process Manager from Srinath, and from Hari is BPMN. The answer is Collaboration Hub. We went through the Collaboration Hub, so please, after this meeting, just go through documentation which is available on the LMS. There is a detailed documentation available for the Signavio Process Collaboration Hub as well as the Process Manager. Once you are going to that particular tool guides, you will be able to understand the complete functionality of the both of the modules, Process Manager as well as Collaboration Hub.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay. So here's the next question. Users can collaborate, access models, and provide feedback using which module?
Yeah, Process Manager.
Yeah, correct. Thank you, Srinath. And please, participants, you can unmute yourself to provide the answers. Okay, build and monitor your process using which module? We are covering these things.
It's Workflow Accelerator.
Build and monitor, let's see.
Process Manager.
Process Manager.
Yeah.
Process
Yes.
Manager is a place where we create the processes. In the Workflow Accelerator, we can only execute the workflows which are pre-built, or we can add the logics.
Right.
Now, next question. BPM and process models created using Process Manager can be seamlessly integrated using Workflow Accelerator. Is it true or false?
This is true.
Yeah, true.
Yes.
Yes.
What provides powerful fact-based insights and customer sentiments which can be converted into manageable improvements and enhanced journeys? This is the place where we generally mine the process and then analyze them. What monitors and improve accurate as-is process to extract knowledge for root cause analysis?
The second one.
Again, process intelligence.
Yes.
So, which of the following is not a functionality of the Process Explorer? We went through the Process Explorer to see what are the different functionalities. So, can you please identify what is not the functionality? As is to be process comparison, process via drag and drop, folder structure to provide a basis of storing process and assign access rights to users.
See.
Please come again.
It's a creating a folder structure to.
Let's see. Anyone? Answer is B. In the Explorer, we cannot model the process by drag and drop. Only in the graphical editor, we can do that. We can compare the as-is and to-be processes in the Explorer. There is a function in the Edit tab. We can create a folder structure in the settings, and we can retrieve all processes fulfilling the certain criteria based by reporting function. Which of the following are not available in a quick model? Event, IT system, gateways, or sub-process. IT systems we can still add, but gateways and sub-process we cannot add. Event, IT systems, there are few options. Activities, IT system, data object, roles, inputs, outputs, all these things we can add, but we cannot add gateways and sub-processes in the quick model. These things are only possible with the help of the graphical editor or graphic modeler. What is a dictionary in Signavio Process Manager? This is one of the most important functions of Signavio. We'll cover in the session of dictionary.
Object repository.
Yeah, correct. Sent to object repository. So, which feature in Signavio Process Manager have to involve the stakeholders and provide process information? Dictionary, or exporting as a Signavio archive, or invite for feedback?
I think invite for feedback.
Correct. So, can you use dictionary entries in a quick model?
No.
Name of the flow objects. So, I will be showcasing the flow objects. You have to name
Mail. Email.
It's not email.
I mean,
Email response.
sending mail.
Okay, first one is message event.
Oh, sorry. Yep. See.
Okay.
Next one is time.
Second one is
Time. I mean,
timer
waiting.
event. What kind of flow is this?
This is not a sequence. I mean, group to be good.
This is used for association. This is data object.
Object.
And what it is, this is something very complex.
No idea. Sorry.
Okay. As I told you, this is something very complex, so we call it as a complex gateway. Okay. Here it is. Which of the below gateways is dependent on a decision taken by an external participant? XOR, OR, and or event-based gateway.
Event-based.
Please think one more time.
Event-based. Event-based.
Yeah.
Yes.
So which of the flow below is not a flow object?
Gateway.
Gateways.
Yeah, gateways.
Data objects.
Okay. Because we use gateways in our workflow to give the directions or for as a converging or diverging gateways, to merge the multiple flows or to split the one flow into multiple options. What is the artifact that provides a visual mechanism to group elements of a diagram informally? Please confirm.
Event-based groups.
Is the ID system in a Signavio custom element or a default element?
It's a custom.
Yeah. Name the mechanism for a modeler to provide additional information for reader of a BPMN diagram notations. The last one, can we create the journey maps from the process manager?
Yes.
Make sure you are giving the right answer.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
This is the last one.
True.
Everyone have the access to Signavio workspace or not?
Yes, we have.
Yes.
Let me know if someone is not having the access. Okay. So just go to the Signavio Process Manager and see go and check what you can see in the Signavio Process Manager. What are different options you have to create a diagram?
I mean, on the left-hand side, it will be the right journey.
Okay. So let me share my screen. There are two things in Signavio. One is Journey Modeler and the Customer Journey Maps. So from here, you can create Customer Journey Maps as well as a Journey Model. But I don't have the license to Journey Model. Otherwise, there's one more option to create a Journey Model. But the Journey Model cannot be created on the Signavio Process Manager. From here, we can only create journey maps, customer journey maps. Journey model cannot be created from here. It is only possible with the help of the Signavio Process Collaboration Hub. So there are few common pitfalls generally we see in the system. So here are few options. Whenever there's a split of XOR, the flow should always end with the XOR. It should not end with the parallel gateway. That means if you're splitting the workflow into two with the help of the XOR gateway, it should merge with the help of the XOR gateway, not with the parallel or any other gateway. Otherwise, it's gonna create an error in your process diagram. Okay, this is what we call the deadlock. Then we have a live stock. Similar kind of situation. When there's a feedback loop, make sure you'll be having the similar kind of gateways to fulfill the requirement. Otherwise, it will gonna create a live stock and your process will gonna continue. If you're going to run this kind of process in a process simulation, your process will never end. That's why we call it as a live stock. Okay, and here we have multi-merge. There can be 2, 3, or 4 options to merge. But if you're splitting something by the parallel gateway, it cannot be merged with the help of the XOR gateway. If you're going to the Signavio Process Manager and open the graphic model of the BQN diagram, you will, and just hover the item, you will be able to get the definition of particular element, where we have to use a specific element and what are their functionality. As XOR states that when splitting, it routes a sequence flow to exactly one of the outgoing branches based on conditions. When merging it, it awaits one incoming branch to complete before triggering the outgoing flows. But it is different in parallel gateway. Both of our branches, which is going out from the parallel gateway, should be active. And when we are merging, all of the branches should be active. But in case of XOR, when we are splitting, only one branch should be active. Even when we are merging, only one branch should be active from the incoming flows. These things are very, very important whenever we design the process diagrams, either in the business process management tool or in the process automation tool. Okay, when we go to the core complete elements, you will be having the different kinds of gateways: exclusive, parallel, event, inclusive, and complex. And different kinds of swim lanes. You will see where you can use. In some of the cases, we don't have to use the separate swim lane just to put one activity. Sometimes we also use additional participant in the process if multiple people are responsible to perform one activity. Okay, so these are the few most important things you have to understand. Any questions so far?
Yeah, is there any, kind of documentation where we can see for which type of process we need to, this one, so that...
Yeah, there's a complete documentation available on the LMS. You can download the process documentation, BPMN 2.0 guide, as well as the collaboration hub guide. If you're gonna go into a detail, you will find out all these points into those guides.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So after the common pitfalls, which generally happens whenever we design the processes, so these are the few things please keep in mind. Now we have some tips for the business process modeling. So as you know, a few best practices and few tips are very, very important when we design the process. So there are few points I have added specifically for your purposes. We will discuss one by one. First is clearly define the scope of the process with the beginning and the end. The question is why it is important. So this is one of the most critical steps in process modeling, is to clearly define the scope of the process you are going to model. This means establishing a clear beginning and end of the process. So by doing so, you generally set boundaries that keep your model focused and manageable about a common goal. That's why this is very, very important. It brings the clarity within your process. That means your process should be well defined within the scope limits. And process should always have a start and end. It will help you to concentrate on relevant activities and avoiding the unnecessarily details. If you're gonna define the scope, you're gonna set the boundaries at the start. So whenever you're going to have the discussion with the subject matter expert or the process owner, you will always be discussing about the process in a defined boundaries or the within a scope. And when it comes to the efficiency, so again, it is very important because it will gonna identify how much effort you will gonna put into defining a process. If your scope is one vertical, then your effort estimates would be. And if you are going to design the same process for the entire organization, then your efforts would be different. So it will help you to define your efforts requirement for the defined scope. Okay, understood? Please confirm if you understood this particular statement, because this is a very critical statement or the critical point whenever you are going to design the process. Even if you are in the SAP world, who generally do the process discovery, so whenever you are going to do the process discovery, it should be important to clearly define the process scope, whether you will be covering the one function or the overall module. Any questions so far? Srinath,
Yeah. If you are talking about the identify, the first stage, that is, I agree with you. Like we need to define the scope and then going ahead. But coming to the process improvements and all that, so there is a process which is running for more than a year or so, when I need to see whether that process is following all the KPIs, all the SLAs and all that. So that part of the time, the approach might be different, right?
Yeah. Again, you have to define the scope in that aspect as well. Even that process is running within your organization for almost a year. So,
right.
What are the different sales organizations you will be covering, or the different process groups you will be covering? So you have to define the scope in the start. And what are your boundaries? What are your boundaries in terms of the process improvement? Because whenever you go for the process improvement, what people generally do, they don't have a clear objective at the start. They have the idea in mind, they just have to do the process improvement. But in what aspects, what are the different dimensions they have to cover? Let's say an example of accounts payable.
Yes.
In the accounts.
I'm in class. Let me process more.
Okay. So let's say an example of accounts payable. I hope you are aware about the accounts payable process, high level, Srinath.
Yeah.
Okay. In the accounts payable, there are multiple ways to improve the process. Whether we improve the days payable outstanding, either we can improve the payment term utilization or any other lever. Okay.
Right.
So whenever we are going for the process improvement, it is very important to define what should be our objective and the scope. Because if we have to improve the days payable outstanding for our suppliers, we should be very clear what kind of days payment terms we are going to cover, late, early, or both, or which geography we are going to cover, or which sales organization we are going to cover. These things we have to define at a stage one. Otherwise, you will end up having a very big scope, because AP for an organization is a very big process.
Yes.
And you cannot take the whole process from the start.
No, I agree with you, but the point was actually based on my past experience, which we had it, I said, right, in their initial stage, as you said, we had prepared the high-level process flow. So their first level, the process intelligence, which we're talking about, they were seeing all the KPIs, and then they're picking up this on, say, for example, the number of days. As much as it says 15 days, but my high-level diagram, the process flow, process mining says that it is taking around 40 days. Then they say that, okay, I need to define what is the gap. So we were doing a deep dive in that area there. So maybe that was the approach we will be following it in the future. I thought about that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a correct approach.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
So when you said first approach, the scope and all that, without knowing which area we have an issue, how can we define? So first level, we have to prepare a high level process flow and dump the data and see at high level where is the issue. Then do a process intelligence and identify the area and start working on that, a deep dive and all that, right?
So when you are going to do the stakeholder interview or the subject matter or the interview of the people who are executing those processes or the activities within that process, you will, at a high level, you will got to know about the problem from them. But if you have to authenticate that problem, you have to go with the process mining.
Yes.
If the data is recorded, if the data is not recorded, then the conventional process discovery is fine.
Hey there, want to get really good at improving business processes? Our SAP Signavio Process Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Signavio. It's like a toolbox for analyzing and improving workflows to make everything run smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to streamline your business operations in SAP Signavio Process Manager? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Agree.
You just allow me for the statement clearly define the scope. In certain areas, the business process is such a dynamic. Is it really possible for us to clearly define the scope or freeze the scope?
At least you can set the process boundaries. What that you should be covering from this start to this end.
Yeah, clarity. Okay, clarity should be there, but it is not necessarily that we need to freeze the kind of a scope because our
no, it is not. It is not possible at a day one or at the start of any kind of improvement initiative. But outline any constraint or limitation relevant to the process is very important, and we call it a setting up the boundaries.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Clear. Otherwise, it is like a open-ended, right? Yeah.
Correct. Okay, and so let's move to the next tip. You might first map the current business process to highlight inefficiencies before modeling a better way with BPMN. So what I wanted to say, before jumping into modeling a new or improved process with BPMN, it is beneficial to first map out the current business process. So this initial step will help you to highlight inefficiencies, bottlenecks, areas of improvement. So there are certain benefits of doing this. So it provides a baseline of how things currently operate, if you're going to define that as this current state or current business process. Also, it will help you to identify the issues. That means it will make it easier for you to spot redundant steps or delays. Also, if you're gonna map out the current business process or as is business process in the other language, it will help stakeholders to understand the need of change. So if you're going to facilitate the change management as well, from current to the to-be process, so it will gonna help you to define the clear roadmap, to convince your stakeholders or get the buy-in of your improvement proposal. So there are certain steps to do this. First, you can just gather the information, collect the information from your participants or the subject matter expert, process or task masters. If there's any existing documentation available within your organization, you can also refer to that. In most of the cases, we generally have the documentation available, even in the form of the process documentation or the SOPs. You can use simple tools like Excel or basic flowchart with the help of Signavio to outline your process. And then once you have defined a high-level outline, then you can start engaging the stakeholders. Okay, so the next is you can create different versions of the diagram for different stakeholders depending upon their level of detail needed of their role. Yes, there is a function of variant creation or views creation within Signavio, by which if you have 50 activities within the diagram and you have multiple stakeholders, but you do want to showcase the complete business process or a sub-process to the all audience. So there is an option of view by which you can select what are the different activities or different gateways or different data objects you wanted to showcase to the one audience and to the other audience. It will gonna skip those activities from their view. That means as a group 1 user, out of 50, I can only see 20 activities within the process with the respective swim lanes and the activities with complete start to end. But as a second group user, I can only see the other 20 activities or the combination of first 10 or last 20 activities. I will show you how you can do that. So let's say I'm having this process. Okay. If you are going to the attributes, is an option of view and variant management. If you can create a view that can add next view, you don't need this activity and this activity and this data object. So my next view would be like this. Although I don't want to showcase this. So I will be having my second view like this, and my audience will only be able to see this activity, and one audience can see the complete process. Also, we can also remove the swim lane. Once we are going to remove the swim lane, all the activities will get skipped. So if you have a long process and the multiple teams involved, you can restrict their views to their activities only.
It is similar to kind of a authorization in SAP.
Exactly. It will also help in the access management, because there might be some process where you don't have to showcase every information to all the stakeholders, but you also have to document the similar kind of same process within Signavio for your reference. So this view creation will help you to do that. Also the variant management, where you have to create the variant of the same process for another organization where this activity don't have all the objects incoming or outgoing, and even the attributes might be different for one organization to the other organization within a group for the same process. So variant management comes into the picture. Okay, it will also help you to manage your access for these specific processes. So BPM is BPM is not appropriate for modeling organizational structure, functional breakdowns, or data model flows. Although BPM detects some information flows in business process, it's not a data flow diagram. As the name stands, BPMN, business process modeling and notation. So it is mainly for the business process modeling, not the organizational chart modeling, not the functional breakdowns or data flow diagrams. For these, we have a different kinds of templates, like Archimate for the data flow diagram and the enterprise architecture diagram. If you wanted to create the functional workflows, then we have value chains. Here you can see we have different templates: value chains, BPMN diagrams, Archimate, decision modeling diagrams, EPC, organization charts under this, navigation maps under this. DFDs or data flow diagrams, generally we draw under Archimate 3.0. This is the template for the enterprise architecture and the IT landscapes. Also, a model in blocks pair up each and split with an AND join and each XOR split with XOR join when possible. Exception. Sometimes an XOR split leads to two AND events, different boundaries. So you will gonna understand this once you are going to design the workflows by your hand, and you will encounter these kind of situations. Okay, so the conclusion let's conclude. Defining clear boundaries, mapping the current process first. We can tailor process diagrams, use appropriate template for the specific type of diagram, and try to model with structured blocks. Any questions so far from the team?
It's clear. Thank you.
Okay. So let's go to the process simulation. So have you heard about process simulation? Please open up, because if you're not going to speak, then I will never get to know what are your current understanding in the form of process simulation. First, Rita, Smita, Sridhar, please speak up. What is your understanding in terms of the process simulation?
So it includes like modeling. So how we need to model the process, and then analysis it includes.
Okay, and?
So and finally how we'll optimize the process.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I think
I mean, it is a
yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so my defined process should add value to the business, right? So I'm going to do some simulation, like version 1, version 2, which version is going to add more value in terms of cost, etc. That could be the idea of this simulation.
Okay, yeah.
It's actually different. First is like to design and then do the development, analyze, and then we have to optimize the process, and also improve. How do we improve the business process? And that is one of the main importance of this process simulation.
Okay, good. Rita, Smita, Stephen.
Okay, so the process, I think, is a technique used to model, analyze, and optimize business processes. And I think the key features are process models, simulation tools, and variable keys.
Okay, great. Stephen, you have covered the overall BPM cycle.
Come again?
You have covered the overall BPM cycle, model, analyze, and optimize.
Yes.
Any other thoughts?
I don't know.
Please don't feel that you are going to provide a wrong information, because it is very important to understand what is your thinking in terms of process simulation. Then I will tell you what is process simulation and how you can utilize this functionality for your processes in your current job role.
Okay.
Whether you wanted to implement the processes, you wanted to analyze, or you wanted to optimize.
Want to analyze.
Okay. So thank you. So process simulation, as there's a very fancy name, but process simulation is nothing but to do the what-if analysis. So it is just a practice of creating a virtual model of a business process where we can analyze its performance by putting some logics or adding some variables under various conditions. So it will allow you to test different scenarios, examine how changes in resources, workloads, cost, and process flow affect outcomes. It will also help you to identify bottlenecks and to detect points of congestion where your process will gonna slow down in the real world before implementation. Also, it will help you to predict process performance matrices, to estimate process times, cost, resource utilization before implementation, or even when you are going for the optimization of the as-is process, you can also utilize the process simulation to do the test scenarios. So this is what process simulation is. And Why it is important now? Because there are a lot of risks when it comes to the new process implementation. So there are certain risks when it comes to the new process implementation. So to avoid high cost mistakes or changes that are a lot of changes during the implementation, we do the process simulation in advance. So simulating the process will help you to identify potential issues before they occur in the real world. It will help you to also evaluate the impact of modifications without disrupting the actual process operations. Suppose one process is already implemented within your system, but you wanted to make some amends or make some changes. So you have defined a to-be process. But before implementing a to-be process, you should run the process simulation to see the real impact by putting the historical data in the process model. Also, when it comes to the optimization, it will help you to find the most efficient process configurations to improve the process efficiency. Also, it will help you determine optimal resource levels to meet demands with overstaffing or the understaffing. So you can do the proper resource allocation. Also, in the decision making process simulation, once you're going to do the process simulation, you will be generating a data about the cost, about resource utilization, and all those things. And you can take the decision based on the quantitative analysis, which is generated by Signavio. So you will be taking data-driven decisions. Also, it will help you to compare different strategies to select the best approach. For the most important aspect is cost.
Sorry, Rohit. I'm only seeing your header process simulation, but not any.
No,
I mean,
I'm not Rohit, just saying it to you.
okay, sorry. Yeah.
Okay? These are my thoughts because this comes
Yes.
with the process simulation projects what we have done in last 15, 20 years. So this already, everything is on my mind. Hardly put things
No,
on
I thought.
slide.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, but by the end of the call, you will be getting the recording, and you can
Yeah.
go to recording. And also, you wanted the video-based notes. You can also get these video-based notes. You just have to send an email to support@ZaranTech.com. They can
Yeah.
create video-based notes with the help of our AI tool.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because putting this much of information on a slide is almost impossible.
Yes.
Otherwise, in the overall training, we will just be shuffling through the slides.
Yes. So one quick one I just want to ask, sorry, if you, there are different types of models are there. So, I mean, to understand what are the different types of models and where to use, if you can help us out, that would be great.
Different types of models for process simulation.
Yes.
So
Not
in
sure.
the Signavio process simulation, we have the process simulation about the business processes, not about the real world. Like you cannot do fluid simulation and all those things. All
Yeah.
the machine simulation, those things are not possible. We have only business process simulation in Signavio. That's this. You have to be very specific because it's a business process transformation suite, and it only supports business process simulation. So,
Yeah, Mr. Rohit, you just mentioned we can simulate by inputting some data, right?
yeah.
So should I assume that the Signavio is interfaced with the live system like SAP or any other system?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, great.
It can directly integrate with the SAP, not with a specific module, but the overall ECC database. ECC, S4HANA, EWM, BWM, or B1. It can connect with direct databases.
Oh, okay.
I said that you have to take a separate license for that.
Yes, there is a process intelligence module and the process insights module. So the licenses are separate for both of them. Signavio Process Insights is the BTP governed module, and Signavio Process Intelligence is the Signavio Process Collaboration Hub governed module.
So when you say insights, it's only giving an opportunity for the improvement, right?
Come again?
Insights. So process insights is nothing but to give an opportunity to, from the governance as well as the process improvements, it will be giving the insights, right?
No. Process Insights is a module which can connect with your system, ECC, EWM, S1 system. It can read your data from your system and then convert them into the process model and show you the matrices, predefined matrices on the 400 plus predefined process performance indicators by Signavio. You can just see the data and see the process performance, but you can not make any change. Signavio Process Insights will not allow you to change any information. But in the Signavio Process Intelligence, you can download the information, extract the information, you can change the process data model as per your requirements, as well as you can analyze up to detailed level. Okay. Even the process performance, their KPIs, matrices, as well as you can define your own KPIs within Signavio Process Intelligence. But Process Insight doesn't allow you to do that.
So what are some of the application of this process simulation?
What is the application? Can you repeat?
Yeah, application of processes of this simulation.
We are going to do the process simulation within Signavio Process Manager only.
Okay.
Okay, we have a feature of process simulation in Signavio Process Manager.
Okay.
Okay. So we have covered this part. Okay, there are 3 types of simulation you can do: step by step, single case, or the multiple cases. Step by step means you can analyze the performance of every activity, their cost, their resource consumption, their behavior. Also, you can analyze by case, when you can run for a case and it will start from your first activity and goes till the end activity, and you can see the process cost, process performance for a one single case. Also, you can run the simulation for the multiple cases based upon the defined scenario. Okay, so how you can do? Once your process is defined, in the edit option, we have simulate BPM diagram option. By choosing this option, it will gonna land you on the process simulation page. Me go back to the tool. For that, you just have to choose any process, go to edit, and simulate BPM diagram. As you can see, there are some errors in this diagram, so this cannot be simulated, and even we cannot add the information. So for that purpose, let me close this. What was I gave you this scenario of simulation. How many of you has worked on building the process model for this exercise? Please confirm. Otherwise, we're gonna design the process model for this call. I'm waiting for a confirmation if anyone has designed the process model.
Yeah, I tried it.
Okay. So have you succeeded?
I mean, can I show that?
Yeah, please. Please, ZaranTech host, can you provide the screen sharing option to the participants so that they can share their screen?
So once you stop screen sharing, they will share the screen.
Okay, let me stop share. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. One. Start like the call center receives the report of emergency. Then the agent enters details with symptoms and address and assigned to nurse. So nurse classifies the emergency based on the severity. Accordingly, the emergency department will act. So there are three types of it. One is they will break down into green, low severity, then yellow is medium, and red is high. So green and yellow, what happens is the response teams arrive at the place of emergency and they will close the case. Whereas the red, the full equipped ambulance transfers the patient there to the nearest workshop, and during that phase, they will do the paperwork while transferring. Patients arrive at the hospital, immediately treatment stops, and then it is end.
Okay.
Maybe this.
Yeah, it's almost similar, but there are still few rules have to be added. Let me
Yes.
share my screen, and then we can complete this exercise together.
Yeah.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we can.
What you can see?
Exercise simulation.
Okay. Yeah.
Slide.
Yeah, I just wanted to check if I have shared the right screen or not. Okay, so let me open the exercise. So now you have to tell me what are the different. A call center receives a report of an emergency. A call center agent enters detail on the person affected, the symptoms, and the physical address. Of course, qualified nurse classifies the triage according to its severity. So we have a first role as a call center and other role as a nurse. So we are just going to create the roles first. Our first role was call center. Our process starts. See a code. After that, what nurse do? Nurse classify the triage. Okay. Then green, low severity, the patient can be easily stabilized. Yellow, medium, red, high. That means there would be a gateway. It's according to the party assigned, the emergency attendance department presents a different level of response. Green, the triage is by quick response vehicle carrying two people. Okay, Q response vehicle. Okay.
It will be emergency department, right?
Yeah. Because in the emergency, nurse has already classified the triage. Classification had happened. Now, this is the activity. When it comes to a green triage, a quick response vehicle carrying two people, paramedic or doctor. We cannot create a role for everyone, so we are just creating a role for quick response vehicle consisting of paramedic and doctor.
Right. Okay.
Quick attention vehicle. When it comes to yellow, the ride is listed by the basic ambulance having a doctor, nurse, and paramedic. And the role. So you have to specifically identify the roles first. Whenever you are going to define the activity, you should identify who is performing that activity.
Right.
Okay. Basic ambulance. BA. Now, where at high severity, the patient must be collected and taken to a nearest hospital. Okay. This triage is assisted by a fully equipped ambulance through two doctors, nurse, and paramedic. If the emergency is green or yellow, patient condition is okay. If the emergency is red, the fully equipped vehicle ambulance transfer the patient to the nearest hospital. Patient transfer. Patient transfer nurse carried out the patient as a paperwork to ensure quick admittance. Okay, now it is classified. No, oh, sorry. There are two activities in parallel. So we have to add a parallel gateway here. Also, the vehicle. So one more activity happening. Now parallel gateway. When the patient arrives at the hospital with the necessary paperwork, the receptionist will be able to admit the patient quickly and provide medical assistance immediately. Now we have another role for receptionist. Okay, now our process is designed. We are just optimize using the proper queue space utilization. So, and based upon this information, from here to here, this process was designed. Have you seen how quickly it was that? Just by using a drag and drop, we can easily define the process very quickly. Okay, please check if there are any gaps within the process. Can you please confirm if you find any gap within the process? Okay.
Not yet.
Okay, so the first, now we are going to save this process diagram. We have to make sure we won't be having any errors. So this is saved. Let me close diagram. Okay, I'm just going to extract the diagram and will share with everyone. This is the workspace. Once you are going to download that file within your workspace, you will be having an option to import. First option, import SAP Signavio archive. Once you're going to click on this particular field, you have to choose the file from your browser, from your My System, open it. Do not choose import dictionaries and all those things. Simply import the file. Once you're going to perform that action, it will gonna take a couple of seconds and your file will get downloaded in your Signavio workspace. Please raise your hand if you have done this exercise till the downloading the file in your workspace.
I have got only one option, like import bpmn2.xml.
You don't have the option to import SAP Signavio archive?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Can you show me the screen?
Yes.
Let me stop sharing my thing. Please share your display.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, so here I have only one option.
Import BPML 2.0 XML. Then just a moment. Let me quickly export this as a 2.0 XML and share it with everyone. The new okay.
So why this difference? Right? Is there any?
Because I have the paid workspace and you have the free workspace.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Because the features in the paid workspace is always more than the free one.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so
thank you.
That works. I'm pasting the updated link of the BPMN file. Please download the file and you can share your screen. I wanted to see what kind of result you are getting in your workspace after using the
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. SAP Signavio Process Manager is best suited for Option A, small startups only. Option B, large enterprises. Option C, individual freelancers. Option D, government agencies exclusively. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get really good at improving business processes? Our SAP Signavio Process Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Signavio. It's like a toolbox for analyzing and improving workflows to make everything run smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to streamline your business operations in SAP Signavio Process Manager? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Yeah, I shared back and I downloaded it.
Mhm.
And then I'm just importing.
Yeah, new process BPMN.
Yeah.
Complete the info. It will gonna take a couple of seconds. Now file is downloaded.
Yeah.
Click OK, open the diagram.
Yes.
New process. Just double click.
Yeah.
Bingo. You got a diagram.
It's excellent. Yes.
Complete one.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me share few things in front of everyone. What are different things you have to put in your process diagram? So whenever you are going to do the process simulation, make sure your diagram is validated and you have no errors or you don't have any deadlock.
Okay.
Okay. And from where you can put all these parameters. So for your reference, I did my exercise by my end. Every time, whenever you are going to do the process simulation, make sure you are not having any errors within your process. Just save it. This is the part of the process validation. Before moving with the process simulation, we wanted to check if there is any deadlock, any process violation, any disconnection of the sequence flows or the non-sequential flows. Also, make sure you would be using the BPMN core elements to design the process. If you have the event-based gateways, actually the event-based gateways are not supported within the process simulation. Even process simulation only supports two types of gateways, XOR and the parallel gateway. It does not support inclusive gateways, or gateways, and the other gateways. So there are few limitations of the process simulation you have to keep in mind. Make sure you would be using the core element only to design the flows. Also, IT system and data object doesn't fit to the process simulation. You will not be able to see any impact on data object and IT systems. Once your process validation is complete, you can go with the time analysis. What you can do, you can go to the graphical editor from the upper right corner. Or the other option is go to select the process diagram, go to edit, and choose the third option, simulate BPMN diagram. Once you're going to choose that option, it will land you on the simulation page. Have you reached this stage? Please confirm.
Yeah.
I hardly receive a response from 4 to 5. But rest of the people, are you doing this exercise or are you with me or not? Or you are just doing other chores?
No, we are there.
Okay. So there are a few things you have to add. One is the cost, duration, frequency, as well as the resources. And I'm just going to display my screen. What are different fields you have to enter? In the cost, you have to add this cost. In the execution time, you have to add the time of the activities. In the frequency, you can set up the frequency for Monday to Friday to 20 times in a day. And you can also define the probability of the gateways.
So do we need to enter the same values?
You can choose the values based upon your your thinking.
Okay.
But these are the few values because these are the validated values which I've already done.
Okay. Okay. Then we'll go with this.
Yeah. But Okay, if you are done, I can move ahead with the next slide. Else,
So after entering, we should save the scenario, right?
not yet. We
Okay.
still have to add few more information.
Okay.
Okay. If you are done, then I'm moving to the next slide, where you have to add the information of the resources. What are the resources? Resources, nothing but the roles, all the swim lanes.
Okay.
You can add the information, their work schedule, as well as their cost per hour. You can change the cost to your currency. If you are based out of India, Europe, or US, you can change the currency as per your geography. And currency settings in your process Signavio Process Manager, not here. Putting the information of the work schedule can be time consuming for you.
Yeah, it's done.
Okay, let me share my process. My information about the resources might be different from yours. I added the cost, duration, frequency, resources information. Now I'm just gonna save the scenario. There is an option by which you can save the scenario. You can also name the scenario as A, B, C, D, whatever you want, or scenario 1, scenario 2, based upon your convenience. So as you can see on the screen, these are the few numbers which you have to put in the end for the work schedules of the resources. Resources can be the machine, application, or the human-based role, and their respective cost on an hourly basis. There might be a chances in your system, you may be having the bot, and you can put the cost of the bot as well as their work schedules. If it's 24 hours running, you can put the work schedule for 24 hours, 7 days a week, and their per hour cost. So here we have 3 steps, step by step, one case, and multiple cases. 3 ways of doing the process simulation. Okay, now we are going to do the step by step. By clicking here, we can run step by step only, but we are just going to do this for a one case instead of a step by step. As soon as it finishes the activity, the information is getting updated on the right hand side in terms of cost of the process, total cycle time consumed, resource consumption, if there is any bottleneck. We have run this for a one case. Now we can run this for a multiple case. And when it comes to a multiple case, we can also set for how many days we have to run. 5 days, 7 days, or 10 days. We are just going to run it for a week, 7 days. And when we will run it for 7 days, we will be directly getting the result on the right hand side in the current run, and we can import or export this information in the Excel format. Also, when we are running, we are also able to see what are the weightings at the specific activities and how much is the inventory increased and how many cases have run in 1 week of time. As you can see, we have a bottleneck at the first activity, second activity, third activity. These 3 activities are bottlenecks where inventory has collected. Due to waiting time, there is a lot of delays. We can export this information into an Excel. Once we are going to click, the information will get extracted in the form of the Excel file, which you can open. And this is the information of your first run. Scenario A, run for 7 days. Total cycle time was 2613 hours. Huge. Resource consumption of 170 hours. Nurse and call center was a bottleneck. Now we have a report of cost, the different cost of different activities, average, minimum, maximum cost during this 7 days of period. And it will also identify you what are the activities having the highest cost and what are the activities have the lowest cost. They are classified in this grid. Then the information of pie chart, visualization of your cost. Then we have the information of the cycle time. From here, you can see what are the activities have the highest cycle time.
So it says total reports are 500, right? This is the 7 days. So for the 7 days, how many
expenses? That means total cases went through this particular activity was 500. Out of 500, 461 moved to this activity and 8 moved to this activity. Patient 124 went through this activity. And the average cycle time for the particular activity to manage the case. This is the minimum as well as the maximum cycle time at this activity.
Got it.
So here you can see what are your major bottlenecks. What are the activities have the bottlenecks? Here the bifurcation in the form of the time chart. Then the resource consumption, which resources was consumed very heavily, which is having a very less workload. In this case, receptionist is having the very less workload of 0.6%, while nurses are heavily loaded up to 99%, and basic ambulance is 56%, 55.92. By this report, you can plan for the headcount improvement or headcount reduction. Again, the split of resource consumption in the form of the pie chart, then the information about the bottlenecks. These are the major bottlenecks with these two resources. Under these two resources, you have 3 activities. And at these 3 activities, your 2 activities are major bottlenecks. Receive emergency report and the manage patient entry. You have a waiting of 293 cases, and here you have a waiting of 116 cases. On the third activity, you have waiting over 38 cases. So you can define your priority for the improvement, which activity you wanted to improve, or which resource you wanted to train, or which resource you wanted to add within your process. Then the information. This is the complete information you have put down in your scenario. Now you have identified your bottleneck from here, activities. Now you can make the changes in the activities as well as the resources from the respective sections. Once you are going to make these change, you can see what is the impact on the process by creating the another scenario from here. B. You can choose scenario A to create scenario B and make the respective changes in scenario B. In scenario B, what was your bottlenecks? Your bottlenecks was
no.
You can also access the information from the right pane just by clicking on the section cost. You'll be having the complete cost information. You'll be having the information about the cycle time. You'll be having the information about the resource consumption, their utilization, workload balancing. You can also do your bottleneck. Now, these are your bottlenecks. Nurse and call center. Let's go to the process. Nurse is managing these 2 activities, major bottlenecks, classified triage and manage patient entry. So the best is we can increase the number of nurses or we can increase the work schedule of nurse. This resource is 8 hours working only. We can put the resource in the evening, night time or daytime, or instead of that, we can just increase the number of resources. Okay, I'm just going to see the scenario. Now I'm going to run this for 10 days and I will be able to get the result after making the change. Now our bottleneck has changed from call center and the nurse. Call center is the primary one. Now you can see the result within your process and you can export this information as well. Same thing with old data. Exported. It will give you the comparison between the scenario A and scenario B, both. Now, this was your scenario was run for 10 days and scenario B was run for again 10 days. Based upon this, you will see the difference came between the two different scenarios. You will see the improvement in your process by changing the scenario. You can do this complete what-if analysis for your process by using the Signavio process simulation. And then you can plan for the improvements. This kind of information you can get from your process, your KPIs, matrices, the performance management system, or the SAP. And then you can put this information in Signavio. Even when you are going to create a diagram, you have an option to put this information while creating the diagram within the activity. So you don't have to repeat the exercise while doing the process simulation by putting this information. So let me open the diagram. In the diagram attribute section, we used to have the attribute of cost and resource, where you can put the information about the activity, what are the execution time, execution cost, cost center, as well as in case of roles, we don't have this information. Only in case of activities and sub-process, we have this information to put, which we can add while creating diagram. But about the resources, you have to put this information while doing the process simulation. So from the process simulation, you can analyze the process as its performance, as well as you can create a scenario for the to-be implementation. You can understand what would be the challenges you will gonna face when you are going to implement the similar kind of process in the real world. Okay, now you have to run the scenario for 10 days, 20 days, and 30 days, and then you have to interpret the result. What are the bottlenecks have changed when you are running the process for 10 days, 20 days, and 30 days? As well as you can create the scenario by yourself. You can identify the improvement opportunities or implement levers, and then you can modify the scenario based upon the identified opportunities in your bottleneck section. Any questions still here?
So we can do the permutations and combinations, right?
Yeah, you can add multiple permutation combination as per your need, and then you will analyze them.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me go back to the Signavio Process Collaboration Hub. Okay. Here is the process collaboration. So we wanted to understand the feedback mechanism here. We covered a feedback mechanism from the process explorer. You can select the process, you can share, invite other stakeholders to provide their feedback, or you can manage the feedback from the process explorer. But you also have that option, the same option in the Signavio. Let me turn into a preview mode. In Signavio, where you can just go to the process, provide your comments directly from here, choose a diagram, add comment, address the respective person, provide your comment, this is okay, not okay, and you can post the comment. And the end user to whom you have addressed, he will get notified by the bell section. Once he is going to open the inbox Signavio, he will be having a number of notifications. Also, these notifications sent to the end user on a daily basis.
So will there be any SLA for him to reply back or any
No, there is no
follow?
such SLA. There is no such SLA, but yes, you can add SLA. We have to enable the SLA function from the Signavio Process Manager if we want to apply the SLA for the activities or for the comments.
And the escalation matrix also?
Yes, we do have. We have a 3-level escalation matrix for the commenting process in Signavio. Also, the other part, you can initiate the process approvals directly from here. Let me show you on my other workspace. As you can see, here is the process reporting function share. We have an option to start or initiate the approval workflow.
Right.
You can initiate the workflow. Once it will gonna initiate, a case will be raised.
Okay.
And the person who is responsible to perform that activity, this activity of approval will be assigned to him, by which he can go to the process model. The process model can be downloaded in the form of the image in his local system. Also, he can go to the process collaboration hub directly from here, or he can go to the diagram comparison mode to compare the processes or the multiple variants to see if there is any change has been made from the older version to the current version. He can provide the feedback. If he wanted to assign any subtask to the responsible team member, he can add the task and assign to the respective user. He has the option to approve or reject it. Once the user is going to reject, the application approval workflow will get rejected. Once we are going to initiate the workflow, you're going to see a wheel icon. But if the process approval will get rejected, there will be a cross icon you can see in front of the workflow. But if it is approved from the level 1, in this workflow, we have 2 level approvals, formal approval and a business approval. Business approval is not assigned to anyone. Now, I'm just going to approve it for the time being. I have provided the approval for formal as well as the business approval. Now, approval part is complete. You can see the tick icon. That means this process is approved by the stakeholders. This was reviewed, all the comments, all the features from the technical as well as functional perspective. This process was reviewed and it is approved in the system. Now we can publish it so that it can be visible in the process collaboration hub to the common audience or for the whole organization. Okay, so this is one of the process governance. That means every information about the process creation to the process approval, as well as if there is any change, are getting documented here.
With the version control, right?
With the version control. When the approval was initiated, when it got approved, and by to whom it got approved. This is one of the process which I've created. Here you can see all the activities, workflows, intermediate events, gateways have the information as well as the dictionaries created. Information was added. Okay. Now there is an option to create the process documentation just by using the one click. Choosing the diagram in the reporting function, I can go to the PDF documentation. I can choose which template I wanted to choose. Process diagram document or process description document or PD template. I'm just going to choose a PD template, going to generate documentation. Now, the documentation is downloaded in the form of the PDF. Okay, with the complete document control, purpose, scope, definition, abbreviation, notation, introduction, process, element, further information about the process elements. When this process was created, what is the purpose, what is the scope, what is the definition used within this process, business continuity, disaster recovery, DR, asset production system. Abbreviation is not linked. If there's a notation, no. These are test process I created, so that's why I put test. Introduction, the process diagram in a very much detail. You can explore it to the next level. You don't have to bother about the clarity of the process diagram. The activity, the information about the activity, and even the task type, whether it's manual or automated. If the application or data object is linked, we are also getting the information. Data object is linked to this activity, second activity. List of annexures are also linked. Okay. There's an approval matrix. Also the IT system, what is the IT system used? So here, if we can get a complete 3D document just by single click, if the process is designed properly. Any questions in generating a process documentation? In your system, you will be having a one template from Signavio called as Signavio template.
Yeah, we have only that option.
Yeah, Signavio. Because
Yes.
there's always a one template proposed by Signavio, but you can create your own template. In the template documentation section, you have to go to the setup where you have to enable your show process documentation template. Then only you will be able to see the process documentation template section for yourself. By clicking here, you can create the template for yourself, or you can use the standard available template.
Yeah, again, that checkbox is not available because maybe it's trial version.
Yeah, trial version. That's why
Yes,
it is not available. But if you will be having the production version, if you are working in an organization, or
Yeah.
you have Signavio within your organization, you can apply for that access, and you will be getting this option enabled within your organization's account.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Similar to this, if you wanted to generate a documentation not in the PDF but the editable Word format, we can also do that, whether PDF or a Word. Also, if you wanted to create a responsibility matrix, what are the roles, who is responsible, we can also do that. Every information will get downloaded in a proper structure, defined structure. Here's the PDF format, Word format of the same process. You can make any changes, whatever you want. If you feel that is not aligned as per the requirement or as per the process, you can make those changes. Here, the responsibility matrix automatically downloaded. These activities, responsible person. If you wanted to add accountable, consulted, or informed, there's an option of adding the complete RACI matrix for the process by choosing the accountable, consulted, informed from the customer attribute section. You may not be having these customer attributes, but you can create these customer attributes if you have the edit rights to Signavio.
I mean, the example, if we have to showcase to the client, what is the features of this Signavio documentation and all that? Because do we have any video or any document to showcase any PPTs?
Yes, the complete guide we have added in the LMS about the SAP Signavio and the process collaboration hub. But if you have to showcase the capability of the SAP Signavio, you may be having some options to view this information. If you have the super user ID or the P user ID, you can go to the SAP Signal asset library, which is available only for the one who have the access to SAP environment. Otherwise, there is no such information available. Even we are not authorized to share the copyright documentation with you because of the legal issues. But yes, there are readily available guides available. You can download from the LMS.
Good.
Where we have this detailed information. And then you can choose what information you wanted to showcase.
Right.
Adding to that, normally when we go to the clients, normally they'll ask, if you do this, what is the ROI I'll get? What is the main advantages you give to the business? See, normally Indian customers always look for ROIs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
There is a separate discussion we weekly have. If you want, we can involve you into those discussions where we showcase the capability of Signavio and what value it can bring on the table if you're going to adopt these specific features. And to adopt those features, what are the different types of resources you require and what are the capabilities you need? Okay, so we do have this kind of workshops every week. If you wanted to have, you can reach out to the support team. They can help you out.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Also, in the past, we did a workshop, the SAP Signavio capabilities. And in that workshop, we have around 25 to 30 minutes of video only about discussing the Signavio capabilities and what are different features of Signavio you can use in your even SAP HANA acceleration or the process transformation, or you just wanted to increase the automation percentage in your organization. Okay. You can send it to ZaranTech support.
How it is getting linked with the automation of either through SAP Build or RP?
Yeah, that's our different module. We have the process intelligence and the process insights exercise along with the SAP build. So that is not covered in the process manager part because process manager is only about modeling and collaborating. It's not about analyzing and improving. For that, insights intelligence in place.
Okay.
And to implement the identified solution, we are going to use the SAP build. The older name was SAP IRP.
Okay.
Okay, so let me close this. Yeah, one of the feature which we left was the dictionary. So dictionary is one of the wonderful feature. Every object which you are going to add in the Signavio, that will gonna be available in the dictionary. Okay, let's say in my current workspace, these are the scope items. These are the business I'm having. Business capabilities, application platform infrastructure, asset management, database, finance, human resource, IT, manufacturing, R&D, sales, service. And what are the different linked process diagrams for these? What are different types of industries we are having in the group? Aerospace, agribusiness, automotive, banking, chemical, consumer products, cross-industry, defense, high-tech, life science, oil and gas, professional services, higher education and research, healthcare. These are the different companies we are having in the group. And when we are going to click, you will be able to see the linked business capabilities, and from the business capabilities to the business process, business areas, and business areas to the business process. Also, in how many countries we are having the business operating. Let's say China. When I'm going to click on China in a region, it will show me what are the different business areas, process groups, or the process capabilities linked. In my China, accounting and financial close is running financial operations, logistics, maintenance, oil and gas operational, order contract, real estate, sourcing, and warehousing. These are the few capabilities running. When I'm going to click on show all, it will show me all other different business capabilities I'm running in the China region. And these capabilities have linked process areas as well as the sub processes or business processes. When it comes to the business process, it will show me what are my business processes. Let's say accounts payable. My accounts payable have these process diagrams linked to these industries into these areas. Okay, so this will help me to put the overall company on a one single place.
Hey there, want to get really good at improving business processes? Our SAP Signavio Process Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Signavio. It's like a toolbox for analyzing and improving workflows to make everything run smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to streamline your business operations in SAP Signavio Process Manager? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
I think this will be useful for multi-company accounts, right?
Exactly. If you have a large conglomerate which is operating in multiple countries, or in not multiple, even in a single country, different geographies, you can easily manage, because the terminology we are using in India or in UAE or in US, it should be common for an organization. Okay.
Right.
If I'm saying accounts payable, it should be accounts payable in every geography. Okay. We should be using the common terms within the organization so that we can standardized the processes, the capabilities, as well as the process and enterprise, both architectures. So let's say these are the solution flow diagrams I'm having within my company. So requisitioning, we are having the process of requisition. Okay. Requisitioning is linked to these number of processes in these number of sub-processes. My solution flows are these, and under these solution flows, these are my capabilities. This is child, this is parent. The overall child-parent relationship would be available within Signavio. And after this, I would like to showcase the best practices, how you can access the best practices, SAP Signavio. In the product section, we have an option called Signavio Process Explorer. If you have the P user ID or S user ID, you can access it directly from here by providing your P user or S user credentials. If you don't have a P user or S user, then you can sign up on the SAP Signavio or the SAP Help Documentation website, and you can easily get the S user just by even registering your Gmail account. So not as a P user. You will be getting the P user by using that option. And then by clicking here, you have to just authenticate your P user information, and you will be able to access the Signavio Process Explorer. These are the place from where you can access the SAP Signavio best practices for the different process areas and different types of companies. There are certain different ways of doing this. You can explore by the industry. Here we have several kinds of different industries. You can choose which industry you wanted to explore based upon your requirement. If you have the automotive industry, click on the automotive. You will be able to get the value chain or capability map of the automotive. And from here, you can explore. These all are the value chain diagrams. So there was the one question where we can create the value chain diagrams. This is the example of value chain diagrams where you have all the 8 end-to-end processes bifurcated into the product and services, customer, supply, and corporate groups. Under this, you can explore it to the further next level.
Can we get this link, please?
Sure.
This practice link.
The link in the chat box.
Yeah, with P user, I can able to access it.
Yeah, with P user, you can access it.
Yes, thank you.
If you don't have the P user, you can sign up on the SAP website or the SAP Help Documentation with your Gmail ID, and you will be getting the P user by yourself. And then you can use this link to access it. Okay, these are the business capabilities and the sub capabilities And then you can further drill down into these. Once you're going to click here, it will show you the complete scope. And then you can go to the next level. Also, this is the industry wise exploration. Then we have the exploration capability wise. You can choose what kind of industry you are: consumer, discrete, engineering, public services, or service industry, or financial services. Then you can choose the enterprise domains: product, R&D, marketing, sales, omnichannel, commerce. This is the classification as the SAP enterprise domains. Then you can drill down into the sub-capabilities. Under supply chain planning, what are the different capabilities we have, and under capabilities, what are the sub-capabilities we have. And every capability generally have these linked sub-process. Now there's another way of doing it is by the process, end-to-end process. You can choose the generic process, go to the next level, explore further capabilities and linked areas, and so on. These are the value chain diagrams. If you have to explore directly the processes, best practices, we have the SAP S/4HANA best practices available, success factors or the HR best practices available, intelligent spend and business network, and we have BTP and customer experience in the plate, which we will be releasing in the February and March 2025. If you go down, you can select which version you wanted to select: Germany, US, or any respective geography, or global. All these verticals are nothing but the specific process areas or capability areas: application planning, platform infrastructure, asset management, database, finance, human resource, IT, manufacturing. And under the respective capability, we have the sub-capabilities of sub-process areas: production engineering. Under production, we have these different workflows available. Okay. Under production, what kind of different processes we can have? Production engineering, change manufacturing, bill of materials for production, demand-driven buffer level management, demand-driven replenishment planning and execution, MRP planning, material requirement planning, dework processing, work in progress. All these different, this is the maximum possible process you can have in any organization for production engineering. So here we have a complete scope for production engineering, but hardly in any organization 50 to 70% of the processes are being used. 100% is very, very difficult, because SAP is covering every aspect of production engineering in these listed processes. So let's say third-party shop floor execution discrete industry. Scope item is 3W4. This is the standard nomenclature of SAP. Once we are going to click here, you will be getting the process diagram just by clicking it. Here we have the process diagram, different roles, different swim lanes linked, as well along the description. At the bottom, you will be able to see this particular process is linked to how many different process groups: production engineering, manufacturing operations, manufacturing options. Okay. Similar to this, you can explore further into financial operations or any other capability area of an organization. It covers the scope of complete organization in every aspect except federal services and aerospace engineering. Federal and aerospace don't have the complete scope here. They have these separate best practices, not linked to these common best practices. So let's say I want to explore into invoice management. Invoice management, these are the possible processes process best practices I'm having, like subcontracting, supplier consignment, requisitioning, consumer purchasing, procurement of services, procurement of direct materials, invoice verification for retail, Procurement for direct materials is here, which is the most common process. We can further drill down. Here you can see the complete what are the roles, activities involved. Here is the complete BPMN diagram along with the activities. So let's go through this diagram. Here we have different roles in the form of swim lanes. There are multiple ways of triggering the process, either by the manual process or the MRP execution or the metal requirement manual process. First is by creating the purchase requisition and then converting them into the purchase order. Another way is by the MRP run, when the purchase requisitions convert into purchase orders. Or just manually, where we can directly create the purchase order. There are three ways of triggering the process or starting the process. After that, approve purchase order is the next activity, should be done by the purchasing manager. Review purchase order is the other activity, should be done by the purchaser. If there is any change in the purchase order done by the purchaser, then we have two other activities. Monitoring is an optional. Supplier prediction, delivery. Supplier delivery prediction is another process which is getting triggered from here. If there is a provision of supplier delivery prediction in the process, we can add. In the S4HANA, we have this option available. I'm not sure about the ECC. This is a custom edition. Execute mass changes and then so on. There are a number of activities defined as per the process. Also, from here, we can see the fact sheet of the process. Fact sheet, that means what are the activities, what are the roles, if there are any risk and controls applied in the process. Risk and controls may be visible within your own workspace, but as these are the SAP best practices, so you won't be able to find any risk and controls. Supplier and customers, this information may be coming if your S4HANA or ECC or any SAP database is linked with the SAP Signavio. You will be having the complete information of SAP process suppliers and their customers. Customer, that means the upcoming process. Supplier is the previous process, not the actual supplier who is sending the material. Okay, so these are the few ways of exploring the processes, industry-wise, capability-wise, process-wise, or the portfolio-wise. Portfolio, here we have SAP products, success factors, S4HANA, spend and business network, BTP is on the plan, and customer experience is on the plan. These are the few companies who are actively working in this space to build the value accelerators. And here is the complete value accelerator library, which we have discussed. We can select if we wanted to deploy any of the value accelerator for the workspace. Most of the value accelerator are for the process intelligence, and few of them are for the process manager. For the process manager, we have the best practices, frameworks, process architecture. These things are available. But in case of process intelligence accelerator, we have the accelerator available for the process mining, plug and gain, process mining for invoice to pay, invoice to cash. We can further drill down based upon the system type and then the process type. These are the different process accelerators available. Source to pay, acquired decommission, finance, governance, eye to market, lead to cash, plan to fulfill, to our liquid to retire. There are 50, 60 plus accelerators available only for process intelligence. Remaining are for the process manager. You can again choose based upon the industry. If you have your industry available in this list, and then product. Also, where you wanted to deploy. You wanted to deploy for the capability maps and defense architecture or dashboards, or you wanted to bring data transformation templates within the workspace, or you just wanted to add the standard dictionaries within your workspace. There are certain accelerators to build the integration as well with the other SAP products, or the matrices you wanted to pull up for the specific set of processes. If you wanted to push few standard process models based upon the available value accelerators, you can also choose them. Okay. Any questions in the Signavio Process Explorer for anyone?
So is this site is available till free trial ended?
Even if you have the free user ID and your free trial is finished, you can still access Signavio Process Explorer for free.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
This is not a time.
Okay.
This is not a time-bound product, SAP Signavio Process Explorer. But if you have to utilize the processes of these Process Explorer and you have to move to your workspace, then you need your workspace license.
Okay.
But you can download the processes in the form of PDF documents if you wanted to utilize for any case.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Also, there's an option of quick start by which you can just go to these videos. These videos, short videos, 3 to 4 minute videos, which tell you how you can navigate into the Process Explorer. Also, how you can utilize them.
Okay.
Okay. So here are a few different potential opportunities we have in Signavio space. These are different roles: SAP Signavio consultant, business analyst, process architect, BPM consultant, or the SAP Signavio implementation specialist, SAP Signavio trainer, solution architect, and the project manager. These are the different kinds of roles you will be able to see in the market across the globe. And when it comes to the salary part in India, the starting salary range is 6 lakh for a fresher and it goes up to 80 lakh on an average based upon the type of experience and the years of experience you have or the job role you are going to handle. Similar to the US market, the starting job starts from 65K and it goes up to 25K US dollar. And again, it varies with the experience as well as the nature of job and the role you are having. I will gonna cover the job responsibilities and the potential opportunity as well. For the Signavio consultant, your responsibility should be to implement the SAP Signavio for your clients or within the organization to customize and configure the software to meet the business requirements. The skills you need for to become a SAP Signavio consultant is the in-depth knowledge of the Signavio Process Manager, Collaboration Hub, as well as strong knowledge of BPM 2.0. Along with these, you need the good communication as well as the problem-solving skills, design thinking to design the new processor from scratch. For the BA, business analyst, your responsibility should be to analyze and model business processes and identify areas of process improvement, and you have to collaborate with the multiple stakeholders within the organization, like subject matter expert, business owners, process owner, taskmasters, to optimize the workflows. And skills are required for this role is the process modeling and analytics capabilities to analyze the process or ability to interpret complex business requirements. If you have these skill sets, then you can go for the business process analyst. Business process analyst can be 2 to 5 years of experience in the process modeling or the process improvement field. Then there's the role of process architect, which is the more mature role, generally having the experience of around 7 to 10 years in the process architecture. And this role should generally work in maintaining the organizational process architecture. They align the processes or the process architecture with the organizational strategic goals. All the level 1, level 2, level 3 process diagrams generally managed by the process architect. They generally manage the end-to-end value chains of process categories, define the process architectures, and then also work on the governance and process standardization. So the skill set requirement for this process architect is a bit on the higher side, where you should have a good experience in the process architecture designing. You should have the knowledge of the process frameworks like ETOM, ITIL, SCORE, Balancer Scorecard, and some additional. Okay, there is a very good framework. It's for IT, specifically for IT companies. The next role is the BPM consultant, is almost similar to the SAP Signavio consultant. There is not much change, but you should have the BPM expertise, business process management expertise. If you have bachelor's or master's in BPM, then it would be very, very beneficial for this role. That if you are the part of the implementation team, the big four or any consulting companies, then you may found implementation specialist role in those companies. Signavio trainers like me, any other person who will be teaching Signavio, who has an in-depth knowledge of Signavio. Solution architect is the other possible role. Generally, solution architect in the Signavio or the BPM work, they work on the BPM solutioning side. They are the one who set up the rules within the organization, like process owner responsibilities, and they are the one who also work on the integration side. They are responsible to make the integration of Signavio with the other tools in the SAP or the non-SAP environments. So the skill set for this role is very complex because he should know about the integrations, other tools, their capabilities, as well as Signavio capabilities. Also, he should know the framework. So solution architect is you can say, the combination of the multiple roles, where he should be the Signavio expert as well as the BPM expert, also the tool expert. Project manager is the role who generally drives the improvement initiatives, Lean Six Sigma transformation projects within the organization. They are into managing the budgets and timelines and resources. So these are the major possible roles with Signavio in this world. Also, generally the entry level in India or US market, India generally starts from 6 lakhs, as I told you. It goes up to 6 to 10 lakhs for entry level job, but in US it goes to 65 to 75K normally. Also, there are a lot of future opportunities coming in Signavio because SAP is heavily promoting Signavio, and they are integrating this with the S4 SAP Activate Project Management methodology. So in future, if you will see SAP Signavio is integrated completely in the SAP environment, then please never get surprised. So this is all about the SAP Signavio Process Manager and the Collaboration Hub. If you have any questions, then please ask. We have a few minutes left to address your questions. Now, the table is all yours.
Signavio implementation. Let us assume that in an organization, they have decided to adopt SAP Signavio, right?
Yeah.
So, is there any way from where to start? That is my first question. The second question, is there any way I have a SAP ECC or S4 HANA, but as a big organization, I don't have any control over my current as-is process, but I have a system running. From running system, can I adopt what is my business process into the SAP Signavio? This is my second question. Coming to the first question, from where to start in case if I have kind of decided to go for SAP Signavio?
Sridhar, I just wanted to understand your role. What is your current role in your organization? And do you have the license of SAP Signavio in your current organization?
No, not yet. There are some different studies going on, as I said, like currently we are with the ARIS system. Also, we are going for S4 now as a business transformation. There are some studies going on. This is my curiosity question, like, is there any possibilities? Because in any organization, the business processes are siloed in particular regions or particular sites. We don't have any control as such. Though whatever we maintained in ARIS, it is like a limited scope, which is not matching with exactly what I'm running in the live system. So, is there any? Yeah.
So, what is your role actually? I just also wanted to understand what is your job profile.
My role is manufacturing business process expert kind of a role, yes.
So let me tell you, when it comes about Signavio or Aris, because you are using Aris. So Signavio can be overnight integrated with your SAP environment. Okay. And the next day, you will be able to see how many number of processes you are having within the organization, not in the form of the BPMN diagrams, but you will be easily able to identify it with the help of the Signavio Process Insights in 1 to 2 days, if your system is ready to be integrated. Okay. You don't have to do any exercise. You just have to make your system ready, SAP environment ready to get integrated with the SAP Signavio Process Insights. Just after one integration, next day you will be able to see how many number of processes you are having, how many number of processes are underperforming or the overperforming as per the requirement. You will be able to see the existing benchmarks. Is your company is as per the industry benchmarks and or where you are lying as per the current process systems, the process performances. Okay. Once your information is available in the process insights, you can bring the complete information of process insights to intelligence by just applying the plug and gain connector and API. Okay. That means if you have 100, even 100, 200 processes in your SAP environment in the different geographies and you're using them, they can be available in the Signavio Process Insights, and insights to intelligence, they can be pulled with the help of the ready-to-use value accelerators. Okay? And you don't have to go to the complete painful process mining exercise because there are a number of tools available in the market. MineVineo, Celonis, Aris, Appian, वगैरह. Okay, sorry. Etc. etc. Okay?
Yeah.
And these tools don't have that much of adaptability with the SAP environment. If you have to run the process mining exercise, you have to do the intense process data modeling exercise where you need data engineer or data expert to understand the process data from your SAP and then do the data modeling. Where they have to write the heavy code just to mine one single process, whether it's a procure to pay or an order to cash. Okay. This is just an example. But in case of Signavio, as Signavio is itself as a product, so they understand everything. Which field is relevant, which field is not. What are different tables you have to bring? What are different data types you have to bring? What are different CDS views you have to bring to SAP Signavio? And based upon that, if your integration is enabled, this can be done in hours. I'm not talking about days, in hours. When you go to the market, whether Aris, Celonis, MineVineo, IBM Process Mining, UiPath, just go to these tools, see what their approach is saying, and compare it with the Signavio approach. If you have to mine one process, it took from minimum 30 days to 45 days from Celonis or MineVineo. When it comes to UiPath or Aris, the time generally increases. Okay. But in case of Signavio, you don't have to do that. Because once your system is integrated, you can do this exercise overnight for one process. And the next day, your information can be available in your system. And based upon the readily available KPIs and matrices, you can analyze the process performance. Even the dashboard building is not even required in few of the cases.
Okay, clear. Yeah.
Okay. If you want, I can show you one of the examples. Just be here for a moment. Okay, here you can see. Let's take an example of, I'm not sure where's my data for this. Yeah. Okay. So what I did, I have not done any exercise. I just built an integration, enabled my connection, download template from the value accelerator. This was just a 10 minutes of work. Connection building, setting up a template. Once the template was done, I just enabled the data pipeline. And data pipeline took almost 1 hour 45 minutes to completely extract the data and transform that into different logics, data models, event collectors, and event logs. It took 1 hour 5 minutes. Okay, then data was completely loaded and available to me in source to pay process, where I can analyze my process up to a next level. And to this, I have not even done anything. Every information was self-written because we have all the predefined dashboards built based upon the type of process and the type of company. And this is just one part. All these automation, if I have to improve the automation, what are different fields I have to target? This can be done in a couple of days. Now I cannot show you the further information, but yes, this can be done very quickly. And okay, let's start from here. What is the first full start date? 7/4/24/7. And what is the last start date? 2 minutes ago. See, this is not a one process. All these are the SAP processes: replenishment, delivery, purchase order creation, asset master creation, rule activation, complete process execution analysis, my process is behaving, as well as how this is my defined process model, and this is the current performance, how my cases are moving as per the defined process. Okay, we can check. Also, when it comes to the S/4HANA improvement, transaction code analysis is very, very important. What are my custom transactions and what are my standard transactions? It will show me what are my major custom transactions or what are my standard transactions. In this process, I don't have any custom transaction available. With all the company codes, we are just using the standard transactions. As well as the transaction time. If I'm performing the activity with this transaction, there's an average time. There's an average time if I'm using this transaction. Average cycle time of asset acquisition. You can compare all these things, but if you are going to use any other tool, this would be a very heavy exercise to build all this information from scratch. I hope this answers your question, Sridhar.
Yeah, clear. Thank you.
There will be some of the manual processes will be in place
Correct.
than SAP processes. So is this comparison will give that is that essential, or some of the practices already there in SAP for that?
Yeah, if your processes are manual but execute with the help of system, and we have defined a reference model within Signavio, then exactly you can compare against that model. You can easily identify what are the activities manual and what are system-driven activities. You can map the system-driven activities with the reference model of the SAP, and then you'll be able to see the non-conformance as well as conformance or the compliance of the process. There's an option to map the process as well as the activities based upon the predefined activities during the ABAP coding. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Any other question?
Can I do any one process with the help of Signavio, like trial?
If you have to do that, you have to request the Signavio process intelligence by sending an email to the support team. Then only they will gonna enable the Signavio process intelligence for your workspace. As of now, you won't be having the access to the process intelligence. So you have to request this to them. Once you will be having the access, yes, you can do that. But up to a limited number of cases. In the free trial, they don't allow more than 200,000 cases to be added in the workspace.
And about this custom transactions, normally there will be standard transaction in place, but still the business use a lot of custom transactions.
Yes, yes.
Where there will be a lot of enhancements would have been done not to that custom transactions and all.
They
Is
will
SAP
not-
suggest what is the bifurcation between those two? Why they are using the custom transactions and why not the standard?
Why and why not? Yeah, this is a very typical question you have asked. Custom transaction generally made within the organization on any of the specific need. If the user is not able to use a specific transaction, they don't have any specific feature which they have to.
No, because bifurcating the process sometimes they use, which is technical persons know what exactly it is, but the business will not know why that has been created, what is the
That's
process implemented to the custom transaction.
so that's the only reason. Every time when custom transaction is created, they are created on a specific need. Okay. If that need is not fulfilled by the standard transaction, then only custom transaction are being used. Okay. But in nowadays, most of the companies, even have done the S4HANA transformation project for almost 7-8 companies. Okay. They are even using the custom codes for the invoice management.
Correct.
Okay. As per the last ECC EHP 7, we have almost all the possible functionalities for the invoice management in the our SAP EHP 7. Okay. Then what is the need of the custom code transaction, and but companies are still using it? Because they have developed those custom transaction almost 5-7 years back when those functionalities was not there. Okay. But this functionality was introduced. They have never trained on the existing functionalities. So that's the only reason why we have these kind of custom transaction ongoing, even after having the functionality available in the SAP system. Okay, because proper user training is required whenever new functionality is introduced, and it is very important to obsolete the old transactions. Not obsolete, but restrict. Okay. So whenever you are going to define the scope for the SAP improvement or the SAP transformation, make sure to restrict those custom transactions who are having the functionality available within the standard transactions. Also, when it comes to the SAP, yes, in the SAP Signavio Process Insights, they have their AI module, which generally analyze that these custom transactions are being used for this particular sales organization or a company code, and the similar functionality can be used by the specific transaction code. They have these kind of correction recommendations or the system improvement recommendations. Once we integrate with the ECC system, with the process insights, we are getting these kinds of system correction recommendation and the process correction recommendation by their AI system.
Okay.
Okay. I hope this answers your question in both dimensions.
Yes. Yeah.
Also, if you wanted to optimize your custom code transactions, then you can go with the process intelligence, which can analyze your processes, the custom code utilization, as well as their usage, and you can plan the improvement initiative for your respective process by having that information.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Process standardization in SAP Signavio helps organizations. Option A, increase complexity. Option B, reduce operational efficiency. Option C, ensure consistent performance. Option D, limit scalability. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get really good at improving business processes? Our SAP Signavio Process Manager course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Signavio. It's like a toolbox for analyzing and improving workflows to make everything run smoothly. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced techniques. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to streamline your business operations in SAP Signavio Process Manager? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.